of your light. When I was raised, I was born in your name, I heard praise. On the love of your light, when I was raised, I was born in your name, I heard praise. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. From my father Ali and my mother Ali, from my father Ali and my mother Ali. Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي. أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره. أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره. أجد النوال ببحره، أجد النوال ببحره. أنا روحي علي ودليلي علي. أنا روحي علي ودليلي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي. علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي. When I see your shrine, I know that I'm home. You're the king of kings, Najaf's your throne. When I see your shrine, I know that I'm home. You're the king of kings, Najaf's your throne. With you by my side, I'm never alone. With you by my side, I'm never alone. Walk Quran Ali in my adhan Ali. Walk Quran Ali in my adhan Ali. Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي. مولاي وروحي ومهجتي لك كيف أوصف لوعتي. مولاي وروحي ومهجتي لك كيف أوصف لوعتي. أفهل رضيت بحسرتي، أفهل رضيت بحسرتي. حسراتي علي، عبراتي علي، حسراتي علي، عبراتي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي. All our hearts your love struggle to contain, to describe your worth words can't explain. All our hearts your love struggle to contain, to describe your worth words can't explain. Your mercy we seek ya Aba al-Hasnayn. Your mercy we seek ya Aba al-Hasnayn. هو خيبر علي ولي حيدر علي. هو خيبر علي ولي حيدر علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي. مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي.
مولى مولى علي، مولى علي، مولى علي، 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 مولى. 13 Rajab we celebrate who was born on this day. Haydar Ali, born in the Kaaba, a miracle till today. His mother named him Haydar, Haydar Ali al-Karrar. His legacy still lives on from Najaf and they far. Muhammad raised his arm, walking Quran, no one can موسى زوج البتول أخ الرسول حيدر علي مولاه حامل حماية المرتضى حيدر علي مولاه على حبك تربينا واجب حبك علينا على حبك تربينا واجب حبك علينا أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى 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 His love is worship and the fragrance for the believer. Just look today at the followers that call themselves Shia. All in his name we get closer to Muhammad and Allah. Best of creation to mankind, him and Rasulullah. The peak of eloquence, first and last prince, chosen by Allah. هو الشمس هو الضوء حيدر علي مولاه هو النفس هو الهوى حيدر علي مولاه ونوالي من والاه ونعادي من عاداه ونوالي من والاه ونعادي من عاداه أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى 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 اسمك على قلبي علي وبيك أنا مجنون صورة جمالك يا علي مرسومة بالعيون أنت الولي أنت الوصي وغيرك ما أريده يوم القيامة يا علي بس أنت الوسيلة علي is the first, علي is the last how could they put you for حبك ملك كل الفلك حيدر علي مولاه يا أسد الله ولي الله حيدر علي مولاه يا الساكن بوجداني يا أغلى من كل غالي يا الساكن بوجداني يا أغلى من كل غالي أشهد أن عليا ولي الله مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى
Three letters, three tongue. Three letters, it's your name. Three letters not on the tongue. The heart itself beats your name. Because the tongue cannot hold the legend that you became. Your courage extinguishes even the hellfire's flame. Even the hellfire's flame. Both heaven and hell, both heaven and hell named you as the divider. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, O miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. I couldn't find none like you in your two eyes, seven skies. Even the sun follows you with no Ali, no sunrise. I don't say you have courage, I say for you courage cries. I say for you courage cries. When courage is scared, when courage is scared, it calls out for its leader. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all our honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all our honor. Allah made thee Dhul Fiqar and placed it into your palm. Alone you raised Khaybar's door, and Muhammad raised your arm. Even if they put you forth, Ali is my first Imam. Ali is my first Imam, my first and my last, my first and my last, and I cannot be prouder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. It is a part of my blood to call Ali when I fall, but Ali, I am confused. What do I say when I call? Ali's the father of dust, oh he's the father of all, oh he's the father of all. I see even gold, I see even gold, wanted you as its father. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. To tell Munkar and Nakir, from birth I have been ready. Ask me who is your Imam, I'll say it 10 times proudly. And like I cried in my life, I'll cry help me oh Ali. I'll cry help me oh Ali. Help me oh Ali, help me oh Ali. I'll cry till the hereafter. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor.
أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، مولى علي مولى علي. On the love of your light, when I was raised, I was born in your name, I heard praise. On the love of your light, when I was raised, I was born in your name, I heard praise. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. From my father Ali and my mother Ali, from my father Ali and my mother Ali. Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره، أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره، أجد النوال ببحره، أجد النوال ببحره. أنا روحي علي ودليلي علي، أنا روحي علي ودليلي علي، مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي، أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي. When I see your shrine I know that I'm home, you're the king of kings, Najaf's your throne. When I see your shrine I know that I'm home, you're the king of kings, Najaf's your throne. With you by my side I'm never alone, with you by my side I'm never alone. Walking Quran Ali in my adhan Ali, walking Quran Ali in my adhan Ali, Mawla Ali Mawla Ali Mawla Ali Mawla Ali. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي. مولاي وروحي ومهجتي لك كيف أوصف لوعتي، مولاي وروحي ومهجتي لك كيف أوصف لوعتي. أفهل رضيت بحسرتي، أفهل رضيت بحسرتي، حسراتي علي عبراتي علي، حسراتي علي عبراتي علي، مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي. All our hearts your love struggle to contain, to describe your worth words can't explain. All our hearts your love struggle to contain, to describe your worth words can't explain. Your mercy we seek ya Abul Hasnain, your mercy we seek ya Abul Hasnain. هو خيبر علي ولي حيدر علي، هو خيبر علي ولي حيدر علي، مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي.
مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى. 13 Rajab we celebrate who was born on this day. Haydar Ali born in the Kaaba, a miracle till today. His mother named him Haydar, Haydar Ali al-Karrar. His legacy still lives on from Najaf and far. Muhammad raised his arm, walking Quran, no one can come closer. زوج البتول أخ الرسول حيدر علي مولاه، حامل حماية المرتضى حيدر علي مولاه. على حبك تربينا واجب حبك علينا، على حبك تربينا واجب حبك علينا. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله، أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي love is worship and the fragrance for the believer. Just look today at the followers that call themselves Shia. All in his name we get closer to Muhammad and Allah. Best of creation to mankind, him and Rasulullah. Peak of eloquence, first and last prince, chosen by Allah. هو الشمس هو الضوء حيدر علي مولاه. هو النفس هو الهوى حيدر علي مولاه. ونوالي من والاه ونعادي من عاداه. ونوالي من والاه ونعادي من عاداه. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى. 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 اسمك على قلبي علي وبيك انا مجنون. صورة جمالك يا علي مرسومة بالعيون. أنت الولي أنت الوصي وغيرك ما أريده. يوم القيامة يا علي بس أنت الوسيلة. علي is the first, Ali is the last. How could they put you for? حبك ملك كل الفلك حيدر علي مولاه. يا أسد الله ولي الله حيدر علي مولاه. يا الساكن بوجداني يا أغلى من كل غالي. يا الساكن بوجداني يا أغلى من كل غالي. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى.
Three letters, three tongue. Three letters, beats your name. Three letters not on the tongue. The heart itself beats your name. Because the tongue cannot hold the legend that you became. Your courage extinguishes even the hellfire's flame. Even the hellfire's flame. Both heaven and hell, both heaven and hell named you as the divider. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, O miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. I couldn't find none like you in your two eyes, seven skies. Even the sun follows you with no Ali, no sunrise. I don't say you have courage, I say for you courage cries. I say for you courage cries. When courage is scared, when courage is scared, it calls out for its leader. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, O miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, O source of all honor. Allah made thee Dhul Fiqar and placed it into your palm. Alone you raised Khaybar's door, and Muhammad raised your my first Imam. Ali is my first Imam. My first and my last, my first and my last. And I cannot be prouder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. It is a part of my blood to call Ali when I fall. But Ali, I am confused. What do I say when I call? Ali's the father of dust. Oh, he's the father of all. Oh, he's the father of all. I see even gold, I see even gold. Wanted you as its father. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. To tell Munkar and Nakir, from birth I have been ready. Ask me who is your Imam, I'll say it 10 times proudly. And like I cried in my life, I'll cry, help me, oh Ali. I'll cry, help me, oh Ali. Help me, oh Ali, help me, oh Ali. I'll cry till the hereafter. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh miracle and wonder. Master Ali, Master Ali, oh source of all honor.
أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، مولى علي مولى علي. On the love of your light when I was raised, I was born in your name, I heard praise. On the love of your light when I was raised, I was born in your name, I heard praise. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. From my father Ali and my mother Ali, from my father Ali and my mother Ali. Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، مولى علي مولى علي. أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره. أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره. أجد النوال ببحره، أجد النوال ببحره. أنا روحي علي ودليلي علي، أنا روحي علي ودليلي علي. مولى علي مولى علي، مولى علي مولى علي. مولى علي مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي، مولى علي مولى علي، مولى علي مولى علي. When I see your shrine I know that I'm home. You're the king of kings, Najaf's your throne. When I see your shrine I know that I'm home. You're the king of
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين ثم الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا وحبيب إله العالمين أبا القاسم المصطفى محمد اللهم صل على محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين الصادقين الغر الميامين لا سيما بقية الله في الأراضين وحجته على الخلائق أجمعين طاووس أهل الجنة ومهدي هذه الأمة القائم المنتظر المهدي فداه أرواح العالمين. The Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, is narrated to have said, the title of the believer's book is Love for Ali alayhi salam. Ya Ali Madad, brothers and sisters, respected scholars, my elders, my dearest youngers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the third annual Imam Ali Conference. My name is Haj Haidar Al-Qazzaz. It is my absolute pleasure, my honor to be your host this weekend as we help you navigate through an amazing couple of days. We've got over 30 panelists and a wide variety of cutting-edge topics. So if you've just joined us, 2 days, make sure you tune in. First and foremost, I'd like to thank a partner of the Imam Ali Conference, which is NASIMCO. I'm going to say and explain what NASIMCO means once, and then refer to it as NASIMCO as we go. So NASIMCO is the North American Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim Communities Organization. God bless you and the amazing work that you do. So, brothers and sisters, if you've just joined, spread the word to friends and family and make sure, I'm going to make a request now and make this a couple of times as we go on. Make sure you tag your favorite speakers, your favorite moments, your favorite recitations, your favorite host. There's only me, but hopefully you get that. And also make sure you tag us on Instagram using the following important information. So share us online. The hashtag you want to use is hashtag Imam Ali 2023, and you want to tag at Imam Ali Conference. If you do that and you send a screenshot to the number below, I'll just read it for you just in case. It's +1 for the US, 346 339 1978. I'll repeat that. +1 for the US, 346 339 1978. What that does, it enters you automatically into a raffle. So you got a chance to win some small gifts, beautiful ones, as well as some big ones I'll explain now. So this is one of the gifts you have an opportunity of winning. It's a beautiful decorative piece. It has the details and the names of the Holy Five, Ashab al-Kisa there, as well as rings. You've got a lovely ring here. I had my eye on, so whoever gets this, I'm going to give you an evil eye, but it says Aliyun Wali Allah. It's a aqiq ring, beautiful ring from the Holy Lands in Iraq, as well as 2 massive prizes, okay? So if you haven't taken part in the draw already, we are going to announce some winners today. But if you haven't taken part, don't worry, you still have a chance. So we have winners. We've been running a competition for a while. You've seen on our socials, but you have the opportunity today to win some of these prizes as well as 2 massive prizes. These winners are announced at the end of tomorrow. The massive 2 prizes we have, great opportunities. One is for Ziyarat al-Arba'in and the other one is for a trip to Hajj. So you have 50% off these 2 ground packages and the winners will be announced tomorrow. Okay? So this year, really excited. The title of the conference is Compassion in Action. So what does compassion actually mean? I'm not a lecturer and I'm not a scholar, so I'm not going to bore you too much. But compassion literally means to suffer together. We've seen recently in the news the atrocious events that have taken place in Turkey and in Syria. And of course, with so many people dead, we'll start by reciting for them Surah Al-Fatiha. Bismillah. Brothers and sisters, amongst didn't know there was such a thing, but there is. Literally, compassion means and is defined as a feeling that arises when you are confronted with another's suffering and you feel motivated to relieve that suffering. And as we know, a more poignant title could not have been chosen. If compassion was a person personified, in honesty, you would struggle to find a more suitable character than Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam Ali alayhi salam. So, a couple of shout-outs. A massive, massive thank you to the Islamic Institute of America, which is where we are based out of right now. We're live, coming to you from Dearborn. For those of you that know me, you know I live in London, and I'm pretty jet-lagged, and the body clock is a bit weird, but we're here and we're doing well. And also MYC, the Muslim Youth Connection, for hosting us. And of course, we are being powered today, and this conference is being run by CyberX. On a personal note, a massive thank you to the brothers in Dearborn who fed me a pepperoni pizza at about 4 a.m. last night after a terrible flight. So, my role, brothers and sisters, isn't to do too much talking, fearing I may have done that at the moment. Let's move on.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear viewers, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the International Conference, Imam Ali Conference. I hope with the recitation of the Holy Quran, which I'm going to do, you enjoy, and may the recitation of the Holy Quran opens the heart of.
It's a great pleasure to welcome a dear friend of mine, my son's Quran teacher. Please be nice to him, the one and only Sayyid Jalal Ma'soumi.
मुमिनीन सलामुन अलैकुम। आस्क दोज हु नो एक ऐसा इस्लामिक ऐप है जिसके ज़रिए आप अपने इस्लामी सवालों का जवाब अपनी ज़बान में आलिम दीन से हासिल कर सकते हैं। अफ्रीका, ऑस्ट्रेलिया वग़ैरह के मुख्तलिफ़ उलमा मुख्तलिफ़ ज़बानों में सवालों के जवाब देते हैं। तो फिर इस ऐप को आज ही डाउनलोड कीजिए और अपने सवालात के जवाब हासिल कीजिए।
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear viewers, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the International Conference, Imam Ali Conference. I hope with the recitation of the Holy Quran, which I'm going to do, you enjoy, and may the recitation of the Holy Quran opens the heart of all of you. Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنما وليكم الله ورسوله والذين آمنوا الذين يقيمون الصلاة ويؤتون الزكاة وهم راكعون. إنما وليكم الله ورسوله والذين آمنوا الذين يقيمون الصلاة ويؤتون الزكاة وهم راكعون. ومن يتول الله ورسوله والذين آمنوا ومن يتول الله ورسوله والذين آمنوا فإن حزب الله هم الغالبون. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر. إن شانئك هو الأبتر. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر. فصل لربك وانحر. إن شانئك هو الأبتر. صدق الله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Many thanks to Sayyid Jalal all the way from London for that beautiful recitation. And also a big, big thank you to Ask Those Who Know, Kawthar Welfare Foundation, who made that beautiful recitation possible. Brothers and sisters, before we move on to our next segment, a very exciting one, just a reminder, if you'd like to support the Imam Ali Conference, to be a partner today with Amir al-Mu'mineen, the payment options are below. So, we have Zelle and we have PayPal as well, and the details should be in front of you now, inshallah. Next is our opening address. A massive, massive privilege for me to be able to go now to the Hawza in Najaf, our grand seminary in the holy city of Najaf. Of course, for me, a big honor, for yourselves, brothers and sisters, viewing Nadhr ila Wajh al-Alam Abada, viewing the face of a scholar is a good deed, and we're very, very honored to welcome His Eminence Grand Ayatollah, Samahat al-Sheikh Bashir al-Najafi, with this opening address.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله على هدايته لدينه، والصلاة والسلام على خير بريته محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين، واللعنة الدائمة على أعدائه وأعدائهم أجمعين. إلى يوم الدين. قال الله سبحانه مخاطبا لنبيه الأعظم محمد بن عبد الله صلى الله عليه وآله في كتابه العزيز: وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين. فكان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله رحمة، وما زال رحمة بأفكاره وبدينهم وبنصائحهم، ما زال رحمة للعالمين. وكان صلى الله عليه وآله رحمة من حيث وجوده المقدس، ولذلك قال الله سبحانه: ما كان الله ليعذبهم وأنت فيهم، كرامة للنبي العظم ورعاية لشفقته على البرية. الله تعالى نفى العذاب من أهل مكة وما حولها، مع أنهم أهل مكة حين بروز نبوته وإعلانه النبوة شددوا وتكاتفوا وتعاضدوا على حربه وعلى منع كلمته أن تنتشر. ومع ذلك كان الله سبحانه كرامة للنبي، شفقة عليه ورعاية لرحمته وشفقته، لم بل ينزل العذاب على أهل مكة، بل مع أنهم كانوا مستحقين للعذاب. والآية الشريفة التي تلوتها في خدمتكم قبل كلمات: ما كان الله ليعذبهم وأنت فيهم، يعني وجود النبي الأعظم صلى الله عليه وآله هو بل رحمة للمؤمن والفاسق والكافر وللحجر وللمدر ولكل الكائنات. ولذلك قال: وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين. فهو الرحمة، كان رحمة وما زال رحمة، لأنه جاء بأفكار سليمة تلقاها من الله سبحانه، وأسس على في ضوء تلك الأفكار هذا الدين الحنيف الذي هو رحمة للعالمين. فكما أن الله سبحانه رب العالمين، كذلك الرسول العظيم رحمة للعالمين جميعا. وكان لأجل أنه رحمة، الله تعالى عمرنا وعمر البرية كلها في شرق الأرض والغربها، والتي عاصرت حياته الظاهرية صلى الله عليه وآله، والتي جاءت بعدهم كل البرية. هذا كان رسول الله لهم رحمة وكان عطوفا عليهم. ولذلك الله سبحانه أمرنا بطاعته، لأن طاعته فيه هذا خير للبرية كلها. كما الله سبحانه أوجب على البرية طاعة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لأنه رحمة، كذلك أوجب على البرية كلها طاعة علي بن أبي طالب، لأنه كان يمثل رحمة النبي الأعظم صلى الله عليه وآله للبرية كلها. وكان حياته هذا في فترة محدودة 23 تقريبا سنة بين بل وفاة النبي وبين بل تولي أمير المؤمنين السلطة الظاهرية، بل في هذه الفترة أيضا كان رحمة، وكان سحب يده الشريفة رحمة على الأمة حتى لا ترتد أمة فتكون من أهل النار، فسحب يده من السلطة الظاهرية هذا مؤقتا، إلى أن الله سبحانه مهد له الطريق إلى السلطة الظاهرية فتولاها، فكان رحمة للعالمين. وكان بل يوصي ولاة أمره في مشارق سلطته ومغاربها، بل كان يأمرهم بالرحمة والعطف على الرعية. ولذلك لما يقال له لم لا تأكل ما أباح الله لك، قال لعل في الحجاز أو في اليمامة من ناهد له بالشام. وهكذا كان سلام الله عليه مع بريته في العاصمة في الكوفة. ولذلك بل سلام الله عليه أظهر عطفه الشريف حتى على قاتله اللعين وهو عبد الرحمن بن ملجم لعنه الله تعالى المرادي. بل لما جاءوا به والأمير مجروح مسجى على فراش الموت قال له ألم أكن إماما أطوفا عليك؟ ما هنا كلام شريف، لما فعلت هذا؟ فرعاه مشدود هذا يدين ومشدود القدمين، بل قال لأولاده فكوا عنه هذا الشدة وأطعموه بما كل ما تأكلون أنتم. هكذا كان علي بن أبي طالب مع أعدائه، فكيف بأصدقائه؟ فكان رحمة للعالمين وكان عطوفا كما كان رسول عطوفا، كما كان رسول الله رحمة كان علي بن أبي طالب كان رحمة أيضا. مع الأسف الناس أكثر الناس ما عرفوا قيمة علي بن أبي طالب، وما زال بعض الناس حتى اليوم جاهلا بحقيقة علي بن أبي طالب وسيرته وعطفه على العباد والبلاد. أرجو الله سبحانه أن يمكننا من معرفة طريقة حياة علي بن أبي طالب حتى نتبعه هذا في خطواته وفي حركاته، حتى نكون تحت عطفه في الدنيا هذا برعاية الدين الله سبحانه، وتحت عطفه يوم القيامة بشفاعته كما شفاعة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. اللهم أعنا على أنفسنا كما تعين أولياءك على أنفسهم. اللهم ثبت الدين في قلوبنا، ثبت ولاية علي في قلوبنا إن شاء الله. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد.
Booking a stay at the Baron Karbala has never been easier. Visit our website and click on the live chat icon at the bottom right of the screen. Text us your room preference, travel dates, or request more info, and we'll get back to you within 24 hours. You can also opt to use our booking form. Just select your check-in and check-out dates, along with the number of guests joining you. Click search and choose your preferred room. That's it. No upfront reservation costs. Thank you for choosing the Baron Hotel. See you soon.
أحسنتم سماحة الشيخ. Allah يطول بعمرك. May Allah prolong your life, dear Sheikh. It's such an inspiration to see someone who studied Islam for so long still have that passion and love that just exudes from him, which is amazing to see. As a side note, if you are going to visit the holy lands of Iraq and Najaf and Karbala, Sheikh Bashir is actually Ayatollah is always open to visit guests. So if you make sure you apply and you make sure you take part in the giveaway, that could be you sitting with the Sheikh in the land of Najaf. A reminder of how to do so is tag Imam Ali Conference with the hashtag Imam Ali 2023 and send the details to the number on the ticker below, brothers and sisters. Next, to discuss Imam Ali alayhi salam as the upholder of freedom and justice, I will pass on to our next panel, and the moderator for the panel is Sister Sarah Moch. Sister Sarah is a writer and PhD student in Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies at NYU, and also a Harvard University alumni in Islamic Civilizations and English Literature. So you're in very safe hands, brothers and sisters. Sister Sarah Moch, I'll pass over to her, and inshallah should be an intriguing panel.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome to this panel on freedom and social justice hosted by the Imam Ali Conference. My name is Sara. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel today with our two esteemed scholars who I'll introduce briefly now. We have a panel on freedom and social justice hosted by the Imam Ali Conference. My name is Sara. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel today with our two esteemed scholars who I'll introduce briefly now. We have with us Dr. Hassan Abbas, who is a distinguished professor of international relations at the Near East South Asia Strategic Studies Center, National Defense University in Washington, D.C. He's a senior advisor at the Project on Shi'ism and Global Affairs at Harvard University's Divinity School, where I also work as a research associate. And his current work is on building narratives for countering political and religious extremism and rule of law reforms in developing states. His latest book, which I'm sure we all know, is The Prophet's Heir, The Life of Ali ibn Abi Talib, which provides a portrait of Ali ibn Abi Talib, the man who assumed the spiritual mantle of Islam to spearhead the movement that the Prophet had led. We also have with us Sheikh Muhammad Omar Ramadan, who is the chairman of the Ramadan Foundation. He became the youngest person to be interviewed on the world's renowned BBC Hard Talk to discuss the July 7th terrorist attacks in London and the response from the Muslim community in the UK. And one of his central messages is to promote tolerance and peaceful coexistence. So inshallah, I'm really excited to benefit from the political and religious expertise of both of these scholars as we talk about words that get thrown around a lot in America, in the liberal secular West, freedom and social justice, and what these things sort of mean in the ethos of Imam Ali. So I'll give the floor first to Sheikh Muhammad Omar Ramadan. Please, Sheikh.
جزاك الله خير. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله الطيبين والطاهرين وصحابته رضوان الله عليهم أجمعين. Thank you, sister, for your kind introduction, and I want to thank the Imam Ali Conference for this kind invitation. I want to get straight to our area of discussion today, which is on Imam Ali alayhi salam, Amir al-Mu'mineen, the upholder to freedom and social justice. There's a claim that if you study political theory, that the first individual to conceptualize the rights of citizens was Imam Ali himself. There's a debate amongst academics that ancient Greeks or the times of the Romans, rights that we understand in the modern connotation was not defined. But if you go to the books of Sirah, if you go to the books of Manaqib and so forth, especially the letters that were written by Amir al-Mu'mineen, one thing that becomes very envisaged from those writings is Amir al-Mu'mineen's theory and Amir al-Mu'mineen's political assertion to conceptualize citizens' rights. Now, before him, neither the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam nor did his Khulafa Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman, Ridwanallahu alayhim ajma'in, none of them actually engage in the theorization of what is governance and what is a Muslim society. How do we define an Islamic country, an Islamic government? And one of the reasons behind that was because they were facing challenges and crises of their time. It was only at the time of Amir al-Mu'mineen, when the Muslims had matured, other tribulations had occurred, that Amir al-Mu'mineen, when he became the leader, he then had the time and he had an ability to theorize this. This is this is demonstrated in length by a letter that Amir al-Mu'mineen writes to his confidant and his close companion, the governor of Egypt, Sayyiduna Malik al-Ashtar al-Nakha'i radiyallahu anhu, one of the great supporters of Imam Ali. In that letter, Amir al-Mu'mineen, in length, to summarize, the letter is quite lengthy, which is found in Ajul Balagha, it's found in many other historical manuscripts. Amir al-Mu'mineen debates three ideas, and he puts forth and he conceptualizes holistically this idealism of what is governance, what is freedom, and what is social justice. The first idea is who should rule. Secondly, how should one rule? And thirdly, why do we need a government? Taking into account all of these three aspects of the theory of a state, the legitimate political system for an Islamic society, according to Amir al-Mu'mineen, he defines it in a way in which I would interpret it modernly as calling it a welfare limited guardianship, quite similar to Max Weber's concept of the tripartite classification of authority. In fact, it was after Amir al-Mu'mineen's lengthy letter, we see, for example, his grandson, Imam al-Sajjad, Zain al-Abidin Ali bin Hussein, radiyallahu anhu wa ridwanallahu alayhim al-Jama'een, he writes what we call Sahif al-Kamila al-Sajjadiyya, or Hukuk al-Sajjadiyya, the treaties of human beings, the rights of a state, the rights of individuals, the rights of so forth. So this first argument put forth by many of the supporters of Amir al-Mu'mineen shows his delicate manner of dealing with defining of what an Islamic society is. What is this conceptualization? In freedom and the concept of social justice, I have very limited time. It's a very vast subject. But one of the things that becomes very clear to me as an academic and as a scholar who researches in traditional sciences is Amir al-Mu'mineen's sense of social justice, Amir al-Mu'mineen's sense of upholding freedom. For example, when the delegation came to Amir al-Mu'mineen and said to Amir al-Mu'mineen from Egypt, at that time Egypt was not supporting him, that if you did one thing, only one thing, we would give you the support of all of Egypt against Muawiyah bin Abi Sufyan. Amir al-Mu'mineen said, what was that? They said, appoint Amr bin As as the governor. Amir al-Mu'mineen turned around and said, I cannot do that, for indeed he is unjust. I cannot do that which is injustice. This shows a utopia of the type of world that Amir al-Mu'mineen is trying to continue from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Further, if you look at the tribulations of Jamal, when Az-Zubair and Talha and Aisha Ridwanallahu alayhim al-Jama'een rose up against Amir al-Mu'mineen in the Battle of Jamal, we find one thing very clear. Amir al-Mu'mineen gave them their freedom and he gave them their liberties, even though three individuals who are highly respected amongst the community could have been arrested for treason and for many other reasons, against crimes against the state. But Amir al-Mu'mineen upheld their freedom. A further indication is even at the Battle of Siffin, when he fights Muawiyah. Muawiyah very infamously says, asks a number of questions to Amir al-Mu'mineen, in which Amir al-Mu'mineen echoes and says, bless all praise is due to Allah, that even our enemies in the battlefield need our knowledge. Further, I want to go towards the ending of what I want to present to them, is a further clear indication of one of the biggest tribulations that Amir al-Mu'mineen faced, which was the Khawarij. This narrow-minded, sadistic, killing ideology, takfirism originates from these people. They were the ones that murdered Abdullah bin Khabbab bin Arad, and there's many incidents and many examples of their atrocities. Yet Amir al-Mu'mineen did not stop them from enjoying their liberties and their freedoms. In fact, continuing on from the policies of Umar bin al-Khattab radiyallahu anhu, Amir al-Mu'mineen provided what we call a public welfare system. He provided individuals with money and support, income support. These members of the Khawarij, even though they were known to be outlaws and a menace to society, Amir al-Mu'mineen still did not violate their rights and still provided them with what we call sustenance and so forth. These are all indications of the greatness and how he upheld freedom and social justice. In concluding, what I would say is we have to also be very extremely careful that we don't understand a connotation of the term freedom in a Western colonization, but we understand it holistically from what the Quran says, what the A'immah have said, and what our scholars have said. Again, I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. There's a lot to discuss, but inshallah, maybe in the future we can have a further discussion, and maybe in the question and answers, I can share a bit of more things with you. Jazakallah khair, and thank you for your time. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Sheikh. Jazakallah khair. I think what you're saying about the sort of baseline dignity that is afforded people and like the sort of conception of Imam Ali of what it means to live in a just society and what justice even is. And I think it's also interesting you bring up Weber, because when we're talking about sort of the canon or like the hadith of political theory in the Western Academy, we throw around these names like Weber, and I'm really interested in what it would look like to sort of build indigenously Islamic sort of political theory and the idea of what a state is. And of course, this is a question that plagues the Muslim community for the entirety of its existence, even after Imam Ali. You know, what is the caliphate? What is leadership? Who gets to lead? And we have sort of a sort of interesting, really interesting ways that this gets sliced up by different scholars over time. But I think it's so imperative. And maybe you can, I'll just ask you this quick question before I give the floor to Dr. Abbas. But what do you think should be sort of the prerogative of the Muslim community in incorporating these indigenously Islamic theories into sort of how we conceive of governance in the West?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and one of the things that we have is examples from early Islam of how Muslims engaged in as minorities in majority countries that were not Muslims ruled, how to engage politically, how to engage socially. And one of the things that we Muslims have failed to identify is what I call an identity crisis, maybe not in the US, but especially within European Muslims. Am I a Pakistani? Am I a British? Am I a French? Am I a European? Echoing what Tariq Ramadan calls. I wouldn't go as far as what he theorizes, the idea that we have a European family, but there is an identity crisis. Muslims need to be able to reinforce these theories that have been put forth by our leaders and be able to express them in the best of way. Unfortunately, when we fail to do that, that is the reason why we have the response, for example, to the recent burning of the Quran, where Muslims are unable to conceptualize intellectually, academically, their arguments.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think, and actually there will be another panel, inshallah, within this conference about identity crisis, because I think identity politics is something that has racked us as a community for so long, and something that we really need to sort of move beyond and build beyond. I could speak to you all day, but I think it's time that we now hear from our esteemed panelist, Dr. Abbas. I now give the floor to you. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. I am truly honored to be in this panel, at this conference, especially in the company of the moderator, who's a scholar also, and Sheikh Ramadan. Sheikh Ramadan had made this much easier for me, because the way he has set the stage, he has touched upon some of the most central features of what is freedom all about and what justice is all about in the context that we are talking about. Let me begin with one quote, perhaps the shortest quote from Imam Ali alayhi salam, but I think the most profound one. Imam had said, Amir al-Mu'mineen had said, people are your subjects, or people are of two kinds, either your brother in faith or your brother in humanity. I think this was the central idea of equality, and freedom go hand in hand. Without equality, or the idea of equality and equity, there is no idea of freedom and no idea of justice. And I'll explain how these three linked in the teachings of Imam Ali. But this is how I wanted to frame them. Secondly, I would argue that, as was rightly pointed out, at times we use these modern phrases which have an own European, Western, recent historical context. And at times there's a wrong effort to necessarily try to fit in the Islamic principles, the Islamic ideals and values into that frame. And that time, at times, for any thinking people, any of those who are thoughtful and those who are into the pursuance of knowledge and excellence can create confusion. But just we can use those as hooks in this idea. I would argue, to begin with, that there are 2 or 3 principles, depending on the time I'll go into all 3, but maybe 2, which are the defining characteristics of the idea of freedom and the idea of justice and how they are linked. First and foremost, I think if there was anything which Imam Ali throughout his life was fighting for intellectually as well as physically when needed, was the idea to fight against oppression and fight against authoritarianism. Because authoritarianism is the biggest enemy of freedom. Freedom to think, freedom to interpret, freedom to share your ideas. And it is authoritarianism and oppression which just takes away the soul of these ideas. So whether you study Nahjul Balagha or especially the Imam Ali's letter to Malik al-Ashtar, it becomes so clear that at every point, Imam is doing 2 things. One, he's challenging the idea of authoritarianism, which tragically in the Islamic history has become a main feature. You pick a history book of Islam, whether it is Umayyads or Abbasids or later on even many Muslim empires, the way the Muslims built their modern state and society also, the idea of the authoritarian mechanism seems to be the galvanizing factor. And this is so tragic because this takes away the spirit of Islam. So I wanted to emphasize on that point. Secondly, I remember as a very humble student of Islamic studies and ideas, when I read Nahjul Balagha and some of the other quotations from Imam, and this is one other factor, how much of Imam's legacy and knowledge and scholarship was retained. I mean, there's no other personality other than the great, of course, his master and our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Other than him, his hadith literature is there, but other than him, you compare the collection of all the Sahaba Ikarams, their statements, their anecdotes, their stories, their speeches, their writings, they're on one side, Imam Ali's on the other side. And it was because of the profound nature of this. So the second theme that I found so much spread across Imam's teachings is the idea of the rights of the poor. At every point, Imam is emphasizing, be careful about the poor. Now, he's not saying this poor, what is his belief system, what is his religion. When Imam had become the caliph, he never asked, okay, who are the people who were with me when the challenge of Saqif had happened? Or who were the people with me who were my friends? Or who were on my side politically or religiously? I'll not go into that details. But Imam never had a bias for anyone towards him or against him. What was that? One, he accepted the freedom of everyone to make their position, even if those decisions and ideas were against him. He never kept a grudge in a sense that we think he did. And that was because he accepted the idea of freedom of everyone. And secondly, he never believed in imposing in any authoritarian fashion what he believed in. Yes, when he became the caliph, he made some of the points very, very clear. On his first day, the statement that Imam Ali made, he said, okay, anyone who has taken anyone else's rights, whether they was the ruling elite, which he was referring to, he said, I'm going to take back those rights. And anyone who thinks that they are going to have a right on me, or that they will have a special favor, whether they are my brothers or somebody else, they should be clear that that is not going to happen. I think that was a central idea through which the idea of justice flows, through which the idea of freedom flows. A couple of statements, for instance, from Nahjul Balagha that stay in my mind always. One is his emphasis on the common person. When he said, the displeasure of the common people, and it's my translation, displeasure of the common people outweighs the approval of the important people. He's somehow always on the side of the those who are disempowered, those who have nothing, against taking their rights, because he's always referring to there are rights of rulers over the ruled and the ruled over the rulers. And he said, at one point. If that is not, there's not balance, it leads to oppression. That's how I would frame this central idea of Imam. And on justice, again, a letter to Malik al-Ashtar, and I'm referring to that letter again and again for a reason. It is such a tragedy that our sectarian narratives and divisions have taken from us some of the most beautiful legacies of Islam, which is one of this is the letter to Malik al-Ashtar, which frames the ideas of equality, of justice in an Islamic context so clearly, and equality. But those are taken away, and I will just spend a second mentioning on this. It needs to be probed why the letter to Malik al-Ashtar, despite its profound thoughtfulness and the idea of governance, why it has not become mainstream in Muslim thinking today, for example. It is because many people have biased with the name of Malik al-Ashtar. Because of the historical context, the grudges, the biases that are entrenched because of the fixation on certain, our own narrative. I belong to tradition X, I belong to tradition Y. So in that process, we have lost the ideals of Imam Ali, and Imam Ali's ideals were not his personal ideals. Everything that, and I often quote when I was working on my book on Imam Ali, the Prophet said, and I was meeting Ayatollah Sayyid Saidul Hakim, and I asked him when I was leaving, I said, Sayyid, please tell me one final message. He said, be very clear. You're writing a biography of Imam Ali. There was nothing that Imam Ali did that was his personal thinking or philosophy. Everything he knew was what he learned from the great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Whatever he did was a translation or interpretation or dissemination of the message of the great master. And those messages were about the rights of the ordinary people and the poor people. I will end with, I have so much to say on this, and some of the remarks from the moderator and Sheikh really inspired me, but I'll close with this one other example. I mean, there could have been tons of examples on the idea of judiciary and the way Imam before Montesquieu or Rousseau or the European Enlightenment, Imam had said the judicial office should not be under the influence of the executive. So the idea of separation of different branches of the government, which we take pride on, rightly so today, because that creates a certain level of accountability. Imam Ali had so clearly and categorically said that, because that then establishes the idea of justice and freedom. I'll close with the final words of Imam. And emphasize one point. When he was in his final moments, and this is from mainstream historical context, and he is giving his final message while taking his final breath, he said to his sons and the other people who were around him, one point which is slightly different, but because it is there in that message, I'll start with that. He said, hold fast to the rope of God and avoid discord. I heard Abul Qasim, Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he quotes him, the renewal of unity is better than all your prayers and fasting. And then he said, fear God with regard to those who have a right to your protection and hospitality. Fear God with regard to the protection granted by your Prophet, and do not allow the dhimmi to be oppressed among you. Who was the dhimmi at that time? Christians and Jews and others who were not belonging to the faith of Islam. In his final moment, he's concerned about the rights of those people, because he acknowledged the freedom of everyone. He didn't mean to or believe in oppression, nor wanted anyone after him to oppress people. That is, I think, to be against authoritarianism, to stand for fighting oppression, and to stand for the idea of rights of everyone is what is the soul of Islam from Amir al-Mu'mineen's point of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jazakallah khair. You touched on so many things. And again, I think this is a conversation we could have all day. But I think sort of something that I'm hearing from both of you, first of all, this letter to Malik al-Ashtar, of course, it's a masterpiece. And the idea that so much of sort of the amazing literature and personalities from the Islamic canon are overlooked or not engaged with seriously because of polemics within the Muslim community, I think is really important. But just to touch on this idea of freedom, I mean, it seems that the purpose of freedom is to sort of remove the roadblocks for a person's spiritual growth and journey. Like, it seems like sort of Imam Ali's ethos and this freedom, it's like uphold the rights of the poor, make sure there's no authoritarianism, make sure there's no sort of oppression, make sure that there are no systemic and sort of physical barriers for people to be able to pursue their path to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like if a person is going to arrive on the day of judgment having not traversed their path, make sure it's not on your account. Make sure that you make this life as easy for people as possible. And I think that's really intimately tied to the idea of justice in Islam, which is that everything should be in its proper place. Wealth should be in its proper place. Respect, authority should all be in its proper place. Love should be in its proper place. I mean, that is what justice is at its core. And unfortunately, we're running out of time. So I'll just pose this final question to both of you, and you can each answer as briefly as possible, as I'm being told by the organizers. What do you think is sort of, for someone who is interested in these topics, is interested in sort of building out an Islamic idea of justice and freedom in the modern world, besides this letter to Malik al-Ashtar, which we know is a masterpiece, where do we sort of begin in the writings of Imam Ali, but also in all our texts and all our books? What is sort of the system that you would advise for people interested in this topic? Please, Dr. Abbas, I call on you first.
Thank you so much. I think the answer was in one of the statements you made, very well framed, to remove the roadblocks to spiritual excellence, because that's where the most problematic obstacles and challenges come in. And because that is where the imposition of ideas come in. So, and I'll give example only one, given the time. When Khawarij started their campaign, it was not necessarily violent to begin with, but they were sitting in the mosque in Kufa. Imam Ali never stopped them from challenging him. He involved them, engaged with them in intellectual religious discourse. Even when they became violent and they were eliminated, some people said, okay, throw them in dig one big grave, throw them in. And he said, no. In some cases, he said, we will recite the funeral prayers on them, because he said they were distracted or they were distanced and they went on the wrong path. But he was not ready to just declare all of them in a certain category. So that's where we start from: tolerance, accepting the other's view, and most importantly, engaging. How many different, I come back to the point, how many different sects of Islam? I mean, we have such great personalities with luminaries like Sheikh Ramadan, who engaged with all sides, but going to ordinary scholars, and I'm including everyone, the Shia, the Sunni, the Salafi, everyone, how many engagements happen? Engagements are not happening because there's not tolerance. There's no tolerance because we don't respect the idea of freedom of having a religious discourse. The blockages are right there in our minds. We need to first eliminate them, then the pathway to spiritual excellence is right in front of us. Thank you.
Inshallah, yeah, I think that's the biggest, I think, obstacle to just governance and to freedom and to justice is our own spiritual roadblocks, our own egos. That is the tainting factor. I mean, that is the thing, like on the micro level that becomes macro, and that leads to injustice. Sheikh, I give you the floor for our closing comments. If you would like to answer the question I posed, or if you would like to leave the audience with whatever you see fit at this point.
Thank you. Jazakallah khair, and thank you to organizers, and thank you to Dr. Hassan Abbasi for his beautiful words. I think one of the things that I would advise students of knowledge, researchers and academics, is to remove this polemical differences that we have. So when we approach historical context and when we approach historical narratives, we do it not from a polemical perspective. This is one of the things that I do under my role at the Center for Intro-Muslim Studies in Birmingham, SIMS, where we bring different scholars together to look at how do we view this. And I think one of the things I would advise our young students of knowledge is that you don't need to reject everything in a certain book if you are from a different orientation or different background. So if you do not agree, let's say, with a Shia background theologically, you can still massively benefit from some of the literature and some of the writings and some of the quotations in Najul Balagha, especially the letter that Amir al-Mu'mineen writes to his student and his confidant. So I think we have to remove this now, reminding us, engage with each other, sit with each other, and be able to holistically look at this. And this is finally one of the reasons why people like such great statesmen and leaders and scholars like Malik al-Ashtar, one of the reasons why Malik bin Harith is not really wholeheartedly welcome within the community is because of a political endeavor at that time to paint him with a negative image of being amongst the murderers of Uthman radiallahu anhu, which is a total lie and which is an accusation, a fabrication against his greatness. So I think engagement is extremely important. Again, I thank Sayyid Jawad al-Qazwini and the whole team for this kind invitation. And inshallah, in the future, we can share more information. Thank you very much. Jazakallah khair.
Alhamdulillah, Jazakallah. Thank you so much to both of you. I benefited tremendously from this gathering, and inshallah, I'll be contacting you both directly for more gatherings, inshallah, and more conversations. And I'll just close with a thank you to the organizers of the Imam Ali Conference. May, inshallah, all these panels bring benefit and blessings, and may we all be able to remove our own spiritual roadblocks, be comfortable with disagreement in the historical sources and amongst ourselves, and build, inshallah, pious selves among us in the Muslim community, and build a just society for our brothers in faith and our brothers in humanity, inshallah. And if any of the viewers have any comments, questions, please reach out to us, the organizers, our esteemed scholars. We look forward to engaging with you. And Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Many thanks to Dr. Hassan Abbas, Sheikh Muhammad Ramadan, and of course to Sister Sarah Mokh. Also, many thanks to the wonderful Zahra Trust who made that panel possible. Apologies, we had 5 seconds or so maybe of a bit of a blank footage there, but obviously this is live. And when you're going live, there are issues. We were just in the UK, in the US as well. So alhamdulillah, we're back. I'm here. We're ready to get you going as well, brothers and sisters. And I've got a reminder. So I went to see during that panel very briefly the chap who's responsible, the chap means the guy, an American by the way, who's responsible for the telephones. And there are some screenshots or pictures rather being sent of people watching at home, which is amazing and we love to see it. But a reminder of what you need to do. You need to take a picture of yourself watching it. Is it the TV? Is it a laptop? Is it a telephone? That's brilliant. But you need to upload that to the gram, IG, Instagram, and you need to tag at Imam Ali Conference, and you need to hashtag Imam Ali 2023, and you also need to send that picture to the WhatsApp number. That's quite a few things. So one of my friends just messaged me saying, Haji Haidar, you're taking the mickey. That's too many things we need to do. Just to remind you, brothers and sisters, the winners from this entry get a trip to Arba'in and Hajj, a 50% off the ground package. So it's not a little mini present. There's aqiq rings you saw earlier. There's beautiful decorative pieces. So get involved. Don't miss out. Also, I checked my Instagram. I have no tags, and I'm really upset about that. So please make sure someone tags me as we go as well. Okay, so the next panel essentially can be kind of summarized in a specific hadith. So the commander of the faithful, Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam, says, a person is either your brother in faith or you're equal in humanity. We know this phrase, we've heard it before. It's a beautiful, beautiful hadith. The panel that we're about to have now is going to incorporate both of these points. So human rights and Abrahamic traditions. I'm really looking forward to this one. I'm going to pass over to our moderator for the panel, who is Sister Ruqayya Al-Alawi, and she's going to introduce our esteemed guest to get things underway. And as I mentioned, the title for this panel is Human Rights and Abrahamic Traditions. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon, inshallah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the Imam Ali Conference. Today we will discuss human rights and Abrahamic traditions. Today joining us we have Samahat al-Sheikh Vinay Katia and Reverend Kenneth J. Flowers. I would like to introduce both of them today. So Dr. Sheikh Vinay Katia is an author and has a PhD in religious studies. He is a university lecturer and a researcher of religious studies. He has published several academic papers and various subjects from Islamic law. He has studied in various Islamic seminars, including in Najaf and Qom. Reverend Kenneth James Flowers has been the senior pastor of the Greater New Mt. Moriah Missionary Baptist Church in Detroit for 28 years. Prior to that, he served as a director of the Immaculate Black Campus Ministry Program at UCLA and a pastor of the Messiah Baptist Church in Los Angeles. He has visited the Imam Hussein Shrine in Karbala, and he is an interfaith leader and a human rights activist. Human rights is a very important subject, and we can learn a lot from the Bible and from the Quran regarding the subject. The right to vote was introduced thousands of years ago, whereas we've been taught this today. And we'd like to discuss a lot from the Quran and from the Bible and what our faith teaches us about human rights. Thank you so much for joining us, Samahat Sheikh Vinay and Reverend. It's nice to have you today.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to start off with Sheikh Vinay. And what does Imam Ali teach us with regards to human rights? What can we learn from him?
Imam Ali alayhi salam teaches us the basic element, like one basic lesson, which then has such profound implications that human beings are of two types. They're either your brethren in faith or your likeness in humanity. But either way, we all share this common humanity. And that common humanity must be respected, and the dignity of every human being must be respected. And this is something that we see throughout his caliphate, throughout his rule, the rights of all of his subjects, as he was the Khalifa of the Muslims, the leader of the Muslims. The rights of all of his subjects were respected regardless of religion. And one of the greatest examples of this can be seen in the letter that he wrote to Malik al-Ashtar in Egypt, when Malik al-Ashtar was ruling over Egypt, and the guidance that he gave to him with regards to the rights of the people. That people have a right to be treated fairly, treated with justice, meaning they have a right not to be treated in an arbitrary fashion, but to be given due process. And I think that is a very important thing, that no one has a right to just usurp their property, usurp their wealth, usurp something that belongs to them. There has to be due process. And I think that is an important element of having checks and balances with regards to authority. And people have that essential right to be protected from usurpation.
And Reverend, what can we learn from the teachings of Jesus alayhi salam when it comes to human rights?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and salam alaikum to all of you, my brothers and my sisters. I greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. Jesus teaches us that all of us, all of humanity, was created in God's image. If you go back to Genesis chapter 1, God said, let us make man or woman in our image. So we're created in the image of God, and we're to have dominion over the other creation, the birds, the fish, the fowl, but we're not to have dominion over each other. So Jesus teaches us to love everyone. He teaches us that all of us have basic rights, that we're to love our neighbors as ourselves. We are to love our enemies. We are to pray for them who persecute you and do evil things against you. He teaches us that whatever we do, we must always lift up God, but also lift up our brothers and sisters. He teaches us that each of us have the right to food, clothing, shelter, deliverance, freedom, justice, equality. He gives a parable about the sheep and the goat. And he says that when the Son of Man comes to his kingdom, he will then say to those on the right, come into the kingdom be with me, because when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was sick or in prison, you came to see about me. Then those on the right will say, Lord, when did we see this? When did we do this unto you? And he will say, when you've done it to the least of these, my brothers and my sisters, you have done it unto me. So that we must reach out to the least of those, to those who are our brothers and our sisters, the left out, the locked out, the downtrodden. We must reach out to help them. He also teaches us in Luke chapter 4, verses 18 through 19, Jesus said that the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and recovering the sight to the blind. So he teaches us that we must fight for freedom and justice and equality, and that all of us are created in God's image. And because of that, we are our brothers and our sisters' keeper, and we must do whatever we can to make sure that everyone has basic human rights.
And I would like to also ask you, because you've been to Karbala and you've visited Imam Hussein's shrine, and you've been around many mosques, visited Muslims around America. What similarities do you see between the two religions, between Christianity and between Islam?
The similarities I see is, first of all, a love and a devotion for God, and a love and devotion for each other. When I went to Karbala in 2019, it was a powerful spiritual experience to see the thousands of pilgrims, Muslim pilgrims there, gathering around the shrine and touching it and weeping and wailing and crying. It did something to my spirit. I felt the power of God just being in the presence of the shrine. And when I touched the shrine, the outer part of the shrine, I felt the power of God go through me. But I looked and I saw the devotion that the Muslims had to Imam Hussein. And I thought about the devotion that we have to Jesus the Christ. I thought about their love for God Almighty, our love for God Almighty. I thought about their love for peace and brotherhood and justice in the world, and how Imam Hussein was a martyr whose life was taken fighting for justice and freedom. And I think about Jesus, his life was taken from us as well. So great similarities: love, justice, peace, freedom, but the love of God and the love for humanity.
That's great. And Sheikh Vinay, mashallah, you've written loads of books and lectured many Muslims around the world. What similarities can you see between the Christianity faith and the Muslim faith? when it comes to human rights?
There's a wonderful question. There's so much to discuss, but if I was to choose one thing, it is a struggle for the downtrodden, on behalf of the downtrodden in this world. Islam and Christianity, through the message of Christ, Islam through the message of the Quran and the message, of course, of the Prophet and the Imams and the righteous, give a voice to the voiceless. If we look at the early mission of the Prophet, who are the people that surrounded him? So many poor people, people of color, slaves. He gave them hope in a society that saw no hope in them. The Prophet himself, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was an orphan in a society that had no social welfare system of that time. And he married a woman of high status. I mean, what does that show? That every human being has a right, that what matters in the eyes of God is your piety. What matters is the substance and the content of your character. That is what he wanted. That is the revolution that he brought about in society through the message of God in the Quran. And that is the message of Imam Ali. And that is the message of all the prophets of God. They are friends of the poor, friends of the downtrodden, friends of the weak, friends of those who have been disenfranchised by society and the world. And that is, I think, one of the most beautiful commonalities when it comes to human rights between the message of Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, Jesus Christ, and Islam. There's a beautiful book written by George Todak about Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, called Sawt al-Adala al-Insaniyya, the voice of human justice. That Ali was the voice of human justice. George Todak was a Christian. It's Christian Lebanese. I don't know if he's still alive. It's a beautiful book called The Voice of Human Justice. And I remember Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Sistani himself telling me a few years ago, recommending all people to read this book if you want to know about what justice is in the life of Ali ibn Abi Talib. And it's not even written by a Muslim. So there is so much in common, but one of the points is to give a voice to the voiceless.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I like how both faiths they encourage people to help people less fortunate than them. They encourage people to help the orphans. Our Prophet, Imam Nabi Muhammad, was an orphan, and we can see Imam Ali was the father of orphans. And I like that about Christianity and about Islam, is that they encourage people to help people that have less than them. I mean, I was raised in London, and I grew up Muslim, and I'm Muslim, but I was around many Christian people, and I can see a lot of similarities when it comes to helping the poor and the needy. And I would like to ask you, Reverend, if you could bring a story, maybe from the Bible, or a quote from Jesus.
Well, one of the things that Jesus teaches, he teaches so many parables. One is the rich young ruler, how he tells the rich young ruler to give away all of his wealth, all of his riches, and feed the poor, help the oppressed. He talks about do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which we know is the golden rule. Jesus talks about how we have to make sure that people realize that it's not about material wealth. It's about spiritual wealth, spiritual richness. And that if you really have the love of God in you and the Holy Spirit abiding in you, then Jesus teaches us that you are compelled by God to help those who are less fortunate, to help those who are oppressed, to help those who have been going through poverty, and to bring about some type of justice. So Jesus teaches us that this is what you must do. This is the mandate. And he teaches us all predicated on love, because Jesus tells us that God is love. And that's why he says to love your neighbor as yourself. But then he also says, love your enemies as well, because you can love your enemies. That shows the true love of God in your heart. So Jesus teaches us so many wonderful things, especially making sure that nobody is oppressed, downtrodden, or even poor in this world.
Thank you. And Sheikh Vinay, could you give example from Imam Ali? Especially he's known as the father of Imam Ali alayhi salam. He's known as the father of orphans. And when he died, all the orphans were crying, "Where is our father?"
Yes, again, we have so many examples from his life, and not only from the life of Amir al-Mu'mineen, but the life of his children as well. But specifically in the life of Amir al-Mu'mineen as the leader and the Khalifa of Muslims, he felt it was necessary for him to live at the level of, we would say, those of the lower economic class of society. So the leader of them would live at that level, at that economic level. That's one thing. And there's a beautiful story, I'm sure many people have heard, but especially non-Muslims may have not heard this story before, which is one night where Amir al-Mu'mineen would often go out. He had a sack of I don't remember if it's flour or rice, and he met a woman along the road. He helped her with her things, went inside her house. I'm just paraphrasing the story. Some details may not be exact, but the point is that he met a poor person in the street who is a widow who has orphans. He went in their house, and these little orphans didn't know, and the woman did not know that this was Khalifatul Muslimin. This was the leader of the Muslims. Can you imagine today? This is like the head of state got on his knees like a little horsey so the kids could ride him. Can you imagine? Like, this is a person who is the most powerful person in the Muslim empire at that time, bringing himself down to the level of a little child just to bring a smile to that orphan or orphans. I mean, what does this teach us about giving, about just the virtue of bringing happiness to somebody, even if you don't have money, but you could have the richness of spirit, as Reverend already mentioned. And that richness of spirit is what we see in Amir al-Mu'mineen. We don't see it in Amir al-Mu'mineen. He is the definition of richness of spirit. It's not about seeing it within him. He is the definition and the epitome of what that means. And he also teaches us again that the people that are often overlooked by society are the ones who have the greatest right over us. And he is following the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him and his family, that the one who goes to sleep, without concern for their neighbor, or if or they go to sleep while their neighbor is hungry, that person is not from among us. Or someone from the ummah is hungry and they go to bed without concern for their hunger, right? So it's as much a state of mind as it is a way of life. The two go hand in hand, and all of it is done for one reason and one reason only, and that is to please God.
Allah. And I wanted to ask you guys, because this world is becoming more materialistic, and especially for the youth of this generation, they want everything, and we often forget these stories, we forget these teachings because we're so into this world and we want this and we want that. So if you could give Reverend one advice to the youth of this generation, or to people in general, what could they do to like serve humanity?
I think the bottom line is, as Jesus has taught us, it's not about the riches of this world. It's about giving from your heart. There's a story that Jesus teaches about the widow who gives what is known as the widow's mite, or the widow's offering. And she gave the least amount financially out of everybody present. But Jesus says she gave more than everyone present because she gave all that she had. It was all that she had to give. She gave it all from her heart. And Jesus says, many of you have given far more dollar-wise, but this woman has given more than any of you because she gave from her heart. And so the bottom line, I would say to every young person, make up your mind to commit to doing service to humanity, reaching out, helping somebody. There's a song that Dr. King used to quote, and I quote it as my favorite song: if I can help somebody as I pass along, if I can cheer somebody with a word or a song, if I can show somebody that he's traveling wrong, then my living will not be in vain. If I can do my duty as a Christian ought, if I can bring back beauty to a world once wrought, if I can spread love's message as the Master taught, then my living shall not be in vain. So I charge young people to serve humanity, to reach out to help those who are in need, to build people up rather than tearing people down. And then your living will not be in vain because you're doing it based upon your love of God and your love of humanity.
Thank you. And Samahat al-Sheikh Vinay, what advice would you give to this generation?
I think the advice that I would give is again based on the Quran, that our goal in life is to be among the muhsinin and to do ihsan. That is to have beautiful character, to have beautiful character and to exhibit beautiful characteristics. And that can only be achieved, as the Quran tells us, when we give out of what we love. It's not easy. It requires us to give out of what we love for ourselves. That is only when we can develop beautiful character and beauty within. That beauty is cultivated through giving, not through taking. And that's the meaning of love, is to give and to serve. And that is the message of the Quran, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us again and again in the Quran, right, that the believers are those who give in difficult times and in good times, or in good times and in difficult times, right? For sarra wa darra, right? In good times and in difficult times. So the real test is when things are tight, do we still help, or do we turn inwards and become selfish and self-centered? Everyone is seeking beauty and to become beautiful, but we have to follow that divine message that beauty is through beautiful actions and beautiful character.
Amen.
I would like to thank you. We're out of time, but I would like to thank you both for joining us today, and thank you to the Imam Ali Conference. It's been a great discussion and we've learned so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much for having me. God bless. And
A big thank you to Sheikh Vinay Katia and also Reverend Kenneth J. Flowers, and of course Sister Ruqayya Allawi from London. God bless you all. A fantastic panel there. So, inshallah, next up we have our giveaway. So some lucky winners to announce. Reminder, if you haven't already taken part, there's another giveaway tomorrow. So make sure you're following all the details. You take a pic of how you're following the conference. You tag us on Instagram and you make sure that you send that picture to the number. A short video, and we'll be back with some winners, inshallah. Welcome back, dear brothers and sisters, and a big thank you to all of our keynote speakers, those who gave the addresses, the panel attendees and moderators as well. We're about halfway through day one, and it's been amazing so far, and we're going to mix things up now. We've got some giveaways to do. So giveaway number one is a winner of a signed copy of the Chosen Names, which is a book by a poet called Tahir Adil, who I know very well. So Tahir, if you're not watching now, I'm going to send you this clip later. But I've known you for many, many years. I know your kids. My wife knows your wife. And you haven't given me a book, let alone a signed book. So I need one of those. But the lucky winner, drum roll please, wherever you're sitting in the world. So those following from London, the US, from Canada, anywhere else, drum roll. The winner of the signed copy of the Chosen Names by Brother Tahir Adil is NSOMJI786. I hope I pronounced that correctly. So it's at NSOMJI786. And we're going to send you a DM. And thank you to Sun Behind the Clouds for sponsoring this giveaway, giveaway number 1. Giveaway number 2 is the winner of Wilaya Wellness. So another theme. I'm also friends with Sayyid Hussein Mekki, who I believe this is his business alongside his family, and I also haven't received anything for free, so I'm wanting some of that as well. As you're winning, inshallah, I'll be winning with these things as well. So the winner of the Wilaya Wellness giveaway is Ali Jum'a.25. So that's at ALIJUMA.25. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And thank you to Wilaya Wellness for sponsoring this giveaway. And the last of our giveaways for the moment, we have 3 now and 3 later. The giveaway number 3 is the winner of the Husseini collection. So what the Husseini collection is, it's a beautiful bracelet and also an image of Imam Ali shrine prayer mat. And the winner is Ab Fizli. So Ab Fizli is at ABBFIZZLY, probably the most interesting @ of the 3 winners. Well done, Ab Fizli. And thank you very, very much to the Husseini collection for sponsoring that giveaway. Well done to the lucky winners. Just to let you know, you have to be in it to win it. So make sure those Instagram tags come through. MashaAllah, I was having a chat with the brother who's responsible, and the pictures are coming through and the tags are there. And inshallah, for those who donated, the Almighty returns this reward to you tenfold. So far, we've had some amazing addresses and panels. One of the subjects that really caught my eye is the next panel topic, which is Muslim youth and identity crisis. So with the balancing of morals of being a Muslim and then being a Muslim in the West, if you live in the UK, you know what's going on with the education system there, in the US, wherever you are in the world, there's always this balance of trying to be a good Muslim and also maybe fit into the West and their ideals. So it's a must-have discussion. Our host for this intriguing panel is again someone who I know, a speaker, a director, a top guy, Brother Hussein Sajjad Hussein. So I'm going to pass over to him, inshallah, for our next panel, and I'll see you very, very shortly, inshallah.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Dear viewers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome back to this year's Imam Ali Conference. American Muslims are struggling. Close to 25% report anxiety disorders and 30% report mood disorders. With poor well-being, strained relationships, religious and cultural insensitivity, it is the Muslim youth who are struggling the most and with their identity. The numbers are very similar to Muslim youths across the Western world. I'm your host, Hussein Sajjad Hussein, and I'm delighted to moderate our next panel discussion on the topic of Muslim youth and identity struggle with our esteemed guest, Sayyid Saleh Kazwini and Sister Layla Naji. Thank you both for joining us and having this conversation with me. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having me.
Let me take a very quick moment to introduce our panelists. Sayyid Saleh Kazwini is the founding Imam of the Muslim Educational Community Center of America. He has graduated from the Islamic Seminary of Qom, where he studies are focused primarily on Islamic jurisprudence and Islamic scripture. He later acquired a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor and a master's degree in Near Eastern Studies from Wayne State University. Sayyid Saleh, of course, as we all know, travels to numerous communities worldwide, spreading the teachings of Islam and the Ahlul Bayt. And Sayyid Saleh also teaches courses on Quranic studies and Islamic ideology at the Hujjah Seminary. Our second panelist, Sister Leila Naji, has a master's degree in psychology with an emphasis on marriage and family therapy. Sister Leila is also a mental health educator, conducting many workshops on various mental health and life skills. And Sister Leila, of course, as most of us know from following her on social media, is a counselor and a life coach, and she also runs her own business and has been working with clients for over 9 years. Ms. Naji is a professor of psychology at the University of Livorno, if I pronounced that correctly, and is also a certified positive discipline parent educator. You can follow Sister Leila on Instagram at Life Coach Leila. Thank you again both for joining us on this conversation. Alhamdulillah, we're glad to have you on this panel, where our topic, as mentioned at the beginning, is the identity struggle facing Muslim youth. I'd like to begin this discussion with Sayyid Saleh. Sayyidina, can we understand, or can you help us understand, what does it mean to have an Islamic identity?
Well, as we know, Islam is a universal religion. Islam as a religion surpasses all cultures, all forms of obstacles that stop people from moving. Islam is a universal religion. Anyone could be a Muslim. Anyone could be a Muslim. So what it means to be a Muslim is to believe in God and to prioritize your faith and your belief above anything else. You could be an American Muslim, you could be Arab, you could cross all boundaries and at the same time be a Muslim. Having an Islamic identity means putting Islam above everything else. Al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib, he has a very beautiful statement. He says, I do not see anything except I see God before it, within it, and after it. And this could kind of summarize what it means to have an Islamic identity. You could be anywhere, but if you put Islam above all, then you will have an Islamic identity.
So how does one identify as a Muslim within the public domain, Sayyid?
So to identify as a Muslim, of course, Islamically, you would have to say the Shahada. But to talk about someone who takes up the Islamic identity, it means fulfilling the obligations, fulfilling the duties, making sure that you are implementing the religious teachings and practicing the religious teachings, and you would be a Muslim. You would be a practicing Muslim. Wherever you may be, you could be a practicing Muslim. See, when it comes to anything else, when it comes to any other culture, any other nationality, you can't have two. You can't mix. But Islam, it mixes. Islam is universal. Islam could you could be a Muslim wherever you are, as long as you just practice the religious teachings.
Sister Leila, when Sayyidina describes this identity so simply, it feels like there is no issue and there's no problem. However, we do realize and know that there is a crisis, or isn't there a crisis, Sister Leila, facing Muslim youth in America today?
Well, thank you very much to the Sayyid and his wise words. And I wish it was that simple, you know, and I think Islam does make it simple for us. But unfortunately, there is so much influence from everything around us. And especially when it comes to youth, there are so many things that they are currently exposed to that are sort of dragging them in different directions, different influences that they are under, that are undermining their Islamic identity, things that seem to be more appealing. As human beings, psychologically and emotionally, we have a sense to want to belong, and we have a sense that want to be accepted. And so sometimes if you are in the minority to be accepted and to feel the sense of belonging, you're going to be tempted to do the things that the majority are doing. And what our youth are exposed to these days, which maybe wasn't the case maybe 10, 20, 30 years ago, is things like social media and media in general. And it is honestly an ongoing and uphill battle for parents and for everybody. Even us as adults, we're influenced. And so even as adults, we can have identity issues. And so we're in the age of having Muslim influences now, but is it necessarily a good influence? And so I think there is definitely a crisis for people who are growing up in the West, even people who are growing up in Muslim countries. And I think the sense of identity needs to be reinforced by family and positive role models. And unfortunately, because we're sort of scattered and we're not living in the sort of village mentality that we used to, where you had a village to raise a family or extended family. Unfortunately, the youth are looking outside of families and the community for their role models, which is contributing to this sense of identity crisis.
Right. Sayyidina, I mean, Sister Layla mentioned some very, very good points there regarding the youth struggling with peer pressure, with social media. And of course, even as adults, we face a very similar kind of pressure within our own circles, whether at work and within the greater society. So Sayyidina, when it comes to having an Islamic identity, is it important for one to have an Islamic identity? And should we be proud of showcasing that identity in the world that we live in?
Yes, of course, it's very important to have an Islamic identity. But before we go, what I was saying is Islam as an ideology allows us to have an Islamic identity and live wherever we are. I could be living in America and I can have an Islamic identity. Now, is it a struggle? Is there a crisis? That is, of course, there is a struggle. Of course, and we are witnessing a crisis that is going on. But it's very important for a Muslim who is a practicing Muslim to uphold and to sanctify the Islamic identity. Because see, we live in a time of change. There's constant changes in our lives. Well, I live in a time that is very different from the time that my parents live. My kids live in a time that is very different from the time that I live. So it's only normal to face an identity crisis. Even if we were non-Muslims, we were just American or Canadian or British or wherever you are, you're going to constantly be facing an identity struggle, regardless of the faith. Now imagine having the faith on top. But why is it important to have faith? Why is it important to have my Islam be the help me lead my life and make decisions and make it be my identity? Because in a time of change, let us have our faith be the constant. In a world of variables where everything is changing around us, let your faith be the constant. Why is that so? Because if your faith is the constant, then your faith is going to help you live a fruitful life, live a comfortable life, and it's also going to help you in the afterlife as well. And Islam as a religion, it's not just a faith, it's not just a spirituality where I'm connecting to God and I'm praying. Islam actually helps us live our lives and deal with modern day challenges. You know, some people, they're disconnected with religion or disconnected with Islam and saying, I don't need prayer, you know, I have other things to satisfy myself and satisfy, you know, I don't need religion. Religion is irrelevant right now. But we say that religion is very relevant because not only is it a form of spirituality, but it's a method, it's a lifestyle that helps us deal with challenges that we're facing today and in the challenges that we are dealing with today.
Indeed. I mean, of course, Islam does provide solutions to all of our problems. And Sister Layla, as Sayyidina mentioned, that we can have multiple identities. We can be Muslim living in America, Britain, Canada, or any part of the world. But from a psychological perspective, sister, what happens to somebody who is confused? I mean, even within the Muslim community, there seems to be a crisis in terms of just identifying as a Muslim. Am I a Shia Muslim? Am I a Sunni Muslim? Am I another type of Muslim? So there's multiple identities within Islam that one is trying to ascertain as to which sect, which form, which group they belong to. And then on top of that, you have the society they live in. So what is the psychological effect? What happens to somebody who is confused about where they belong?
Well, I think when somebody is going through this identity crisis or this confusion, what it can stem from many things. It can stem from experiencing a traumatic event. It can stem from being diagnosed with a chronic health disorder. It can stem from moving, say, from one place to another and having a big adjustment period. And it can also stem with the process of growing through life, reaching adolescence, pre-adolescence, and going into adulthood. Now, there's a very famous psychologist called Erik Erikson that some people may have heard from, and his theories have lasted over decades. And he says that we all have to go through certain stages and complete certain tasks in order to fulfill our sense of self. And essentially, your identity is your sense of self, who you believe yourself to be, what you believe yourself capable of, what you stand for. And again, Islam gives us guidelines for all of that. It gives us all of the values and the guidelines of what we stand for, what our values should be, what we believe in. And I think, unfortunately, when somebody is having these struggles, what it can lead to is feelings of confusion, feelings of insecurity, heightened feelings of anxiety, and feelings of depression. When somebody is not sure of themselves, where they belong, who they are, they tend to withdraw. They tend to back away from, whether it's family, whether it's friends, whether it's just kind of not engaging with people. And it turns into a very negative self-talk that they're having inside of their brain. They don't feel good enough. They don't feel effective. So what is important for us to do, the great thing is that there are solutions to this, and there are definitely things that we can do to change it. And we can look at an identity crisis as an opportunity to stop, reevaluate, and reflect on who we want to be, and to assess, well, what is important to me? What matters to me? And a lot of the time, those messages are coming to us from amazing scholars like the Sayyid, who are engaging with the youth, who are talking about topics that are relevant in the youth's lives right now, which, you know, before were a little bit taboo and weren't talked about. And it's really important for parents, and I know sometimes parents feel like, oh, it's always on us, but it really is. We are the first ones that are giving an example of what it means to be a Muslim. And Islam guides us to engage with our children, to talk with our children, to be examples for our children. And if we are engaged in our adolescents and our youth's lives, and we're not just leaving them to be staring in front of a screen and getting all of their information from there, if we are able to have the difficult conversations, the taboo conversations, and sort of find a fine line between being a friend and a parent, and opening up and allowing ourselves to go through this journey through life with them, then that is what is going to help them to realize that having a Muslim identity is a positive thing. And we can model for them that as parents, we're out there existing in this society, maintaining our faith, showing others, you know, we can work, we can teach, we can study, and there's really nothing about Islam that's holding us back.
Absolutely. And I love the fact you bring about parents. I'm a parent. I've got 2 small kids, and my 6-year-old right now somewhat seems to kind of already trying to understand where he belongs in the community and in the school that he goes to. Sayyidina, you know, as parents, what are the conversations that we're supposed to be having with our children who are like my child's age, you know, 6 and growing older now? What are those topics and discussions that we're supposed to have with our children? I mean, when he comes out from school, he wants to be a footballer. You know, he puts on YouTube and he wants to just follow the superstars that are there in the footballing world. And then an hour later, we say to him, okay, now Ali Hadi, you have to listen to Quran. And then when Rajab comes along, you know, listen to Ali Fadl and all the other Nasheed reciters, you know. And so as parents, we try to put different kind of hats on our children, and sometimes it gets confusing upon them, you know. So what are the discussions that, from an Islamic perspective, a father or a parent should have with their child when it comes to forming their identity and then enabling them to be very confident Muslims, inshallah?
So I agree with what Sister Leila mentioned, that the role of the family is very important. And in fact, it's the family that instills the identity in a child. Now, once they get older, then they start developing their own identity. They start getting exposed in schools and the university. but it's actually the parents, it's the family that instill that identity. And you have the opportunity to instill an Islamic identity, or you have the opportunity to allow Peppa Pig to install the identity in your children. So it's all on the parent. I believe there's a great share of responsibility in the first few years of the life of the child. And I believe that the parents should try to educate their children, the family, so that they are not just practicing their religion because it's something that they took from their parents, but something that they should be proud of, one. And second, they need to know why they're doing certain things. I hear, I see a lot of sisters, for example, taking off the hijab, or some, they don't pray. Some of them, they start eating haram meat. They start doing certain things. That you ask them why, they say, because I didn't know why I was doing it. I didn't understand the philosophy behind it. I didn't understand the reasoning behind it. And it's normal. You put any person you tell them to do something and they don't know why they're doing it, eventually they're not going to do it anymore. So, this is not something strange. But when we see some of these people, they're having identity crisis, we come and we raise the alarms. We need to know what is the problem that has caused this in the beginning. What was the root of the problem? And I believe that the root of the problem is that the mind and the body and the soul, they're not aligned. You need to have, if you're praying and you're physically in a place, in a masjid, in a Husayniyah, in a Imam Barga, but your mind needs to also know why. Your mind needs to know what you're doing. What's the reasoning behind it? Once you know that, then you will be able to have conviction. And when you have conviction, then nothing could steer you away from your identity.
To wrap up the conversation, we have a few minutes left. Should we have multiple identities or just one? Sister Leila, does this wearing of multiple hats cause further confusion? Should we just be Muslim and end off? And Muslim who just happens to be living in America or Britain or Canada?
I think I'll go back to what the Sayyid started with initially, which is reminding ourselves and our children that Islam is not here to limit us. Islam, it actually provides us with this set of guidelines that we can be all that we can be, but it's just trying to make us better humans in the process. It encourages us to better ourselves. It encourages us to be kind to others. It encourages us to educate ourselves and constantly improve ourselves and, cradle to the grave in terms of enhancing our knowledge and our education. And so absolutely we should have multiple identities. I'm a mother, I'm also a wife, I'm also a daughter, I'm also a teacher, I'm also a friend. I should be able to do all of these things, but the one thing that unifies all of them should be my Islamic identity. So who I am as a friend and the way I interact with my friends, who I am with my colleagues, the way I interact with them, who I am with my children, how I interact with them, with my husband, in my job, etc. That can all be done under the umbrella of the Muslim identity. And what I will say is that when children learn the best by what we do rather than what we say. And I remember growing up in the culture of, do this. And as the Sayyid said, I didn't know why. I just knew I'd be in trouble if I didn't do it. And that isn't very motivational. And it almost makes Islam seem like a cultural thing rather than a religious thing, and in a lot of households it is. We just do it because that's what we do. And as the Sayyid said, my children are 15 and 13 now. They're interesting and challenging years. And I try my best, to the best of my knowledge, explain to them, as the Sayyid said, why, the reason behind things. And I see that their relationship with religion is much different than mine. It isn't surrounded by fear. They don't worry about punishment and things like that. They realize that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a loving figure and that Islam is guiding us for our best selves, and they see it in a much more positive light. And I see them understanding more than I ever did, and I'm learning with them because I'm taking the time to teach them and to explain. And I think that understanding of why something is important, it's like a teacher telling you to do an assignment and then sort of, why do I have to do it? Because I said so. Well, that's not really going to motivate you to do anything. What's the end? What am I going to gain from this? What's the end result? But I think the biggest reminder is that, again, it's not do as I say and not as I do. So we have to be practicing what we preach. Our children have to see us showing that we can have a positive Islamic identity, showing how it can incorporate itself in all aspects of our lives and not diminish us, not hold us back in any way, and be something that actually we can be proud of and can attract people to us.
MashaAllah, I think that was a wonderful closing, Sister Layla. I would like to ask Sayyidina to present his closing remarks as well when it comes to this identity within Muslims. Sayyidina, can you just please share some of your thoughts on how, or tips that you can share on how somebody can form a confident identity, given the challenges that we're facing around the globe today?
So I think a lot of very important points were shared already, but I would like to just share this one final point, that we need to always ask Allah for the guidance, to have the thabat, to be strong in our identity, to have the, there's a dua, Ya muqallib al-qulub, thabbit qalbi ala dinik. This is actually a dua to be done during the time of the ghaiba. And as we are celebrating the birth of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib, you see that Amir al-Mu'mineen, his faith was constant, while others, their faith went up or down. It changed based on the circumstances that they went through. So everyone goes through an identity crisis. Everyone goes through an identity struggle, not a crisis always, but a struggle. But if you have faith, if you have conviction, if you know why you're doing what you're doing, then your faith will be strong. And above all, do dua. The hidayah comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The guidance comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Always ask Allah for the guidance to keep you on the right path.
Ahsan, thank you so much, Sayyid Saleh Qazwini and Sister Layla Naji, for joining us on this wonderful and exceptional panel and the conversation around Muslim youth and identity struggle. We hope our viewers have found this program, inshallah, beneficial, and we ask that they continue watching the Imam Ali Conference for the next panel, inshallah. Take care. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum.
When the soil of Karbala beckons your soul, when the shrines of Hazrat Imam Hussain and Hazrat Abbas alayhi salam whisper your name, know that it is time for your ziyarat. As providers of the best ziyarat experience in the heart of Holy Karbala, the Baron Hotel offers unmatched comfort and convenience every step of the way. That's our promise. The Baron Hotel Karbala, where spirituality meets hospitality. When the soil of Karbala beckons your...
Welcome back, dear brothers and sisters. First and foremost, a massive thank you to our dear brother Hussein, as well as the amazing panelists, Sayyid Saleh and also Sister Layla. Just to let you know, truly the Imam Ali Conference is global. But mashallah, the last three panelists are all based in the West, so fitting. They were discussing their topic. We had Hussein in Toronto, Sayyid Saleh in Michigan, Layla Naji in LA, and thank you, Hussein, for sticking to your allocated time as well. I know sometimes in a live panel, it doesn't always go like that, so massive appreciation to that. Also, you may have just seen the advert for Baron Hotel in Karbala. Stayed there personally and very, very highly recommend it as well for both families and non-families alike. There's a shuttle that goes to the shrine every 30 minutes or so that drops you right there. So strong recommendation, beautiful place to stay also. Next up, another special address. And actually, we just had scholars based, for example, in Michigan. But the scholar we're going to now is once more a religious authority from one of our seminaries. And I'll just take this moment to say it's so unique, the Imam Ali Conference, that you're able to bridge the gap between the seminaries and typically the houses where the Institute of Shia Islam is built alongside the West, and be able to stream this globally on one platform via various social networks. So massive big up to the Imam Ali Conference team and the team in front of me who are working so incredibly hard as well. God bless you all. So one of the most prominent figures, in fact, we're going to welcome next. A massive, massive privilege from my side, from the seminary of Qum, as mentioned, the Hawza of Qum, for a special address, our second special address of the day today. And I'm very proud and honored to welcome His Eminence, Ayatollah Samahat Sayyid Ali al-Milani, for the special address. We'll go to him now live in Qum.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على خير الخلق أجمعين محمد وآله الطاهرين. السلام على الحفل الكريم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله أيامكم وشكر الله مساعيكم، وأنتم تريدون البحث عن أمير المؤمنين عليه الصلاة والسلام، ولكني ما أدري هل المقصود هو البحث عن أمير المؤمنين في داخل الإطار الشيعي أو على ضوء أنظار سائر الفرق الإسلامية أو أتباع الديانات الأخرى، أو تريدون البحث عن شخصية عالمية تفتخر بها البشرية. قولوا في أمير المؤمنين ما شئتم ولن تبلغوا، فإنه قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله: ما عرفه إلا الله وأنا. ولكني في هذه الدقائق المعدودة أشير إلى نقاط سجلتها قد تكون إشارة إلى محاور للبحث. أولا، لقد مدح الله عز وجل أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام في عشرات أو مئات من آيات القرآن الحكيم، وورد عن النبي صلى الله عليه وآله في حق علي أمير المؤمنين ما لا يحصى من الأحاديث المعتبرة عند المسلمين. يقول رسول الله: إن عليا أحب الخلق إلى الله وإلى رسوله من الأولين والآخرين، فهو أحب الخلق إلى الله من الأنبياء والمرسلين جميعا ومن الملائكة المقربين، إلا أنه كما قال عليه السلام عبد من عبيد محمد صلى الله عليه وآله. فعليكم بدراسة هذه الآيات وهذه الأحاديث حتى تعرفوا جانبا من جوانب الشخصية أمير المؤمنين عليه الصلاة والسلام. وثانيا، إنه يمكن معرفة أمير المؤمنين عليه الصلاة والسلام من خلال دراسة سيرته عليه السلام في أيام رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله ومواقفه في الحروب والغزوات وغير ذلك، أي بدءا من ليلة الهجرة إلى ليلة رحيله صلى الله عليه وآله، وهكذا قيامه عليه السلام بتجهيز النبي وكونه وصيا له دون غيره من صحابة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. ادرسوا سيرته في أيام رسول الله، سيرته بعد رسول الله، سيرته بعد أن بايعه الناس، سيرته مع الذين أبوا عن البيعة معه، سيرته مع الذين نكثوا البيعة وخرجوا عليه، سيرته في الذين لا يبايعوه، في الذين لم يبايعوه وحاربوه كأهل الشام. في هذه السير، سير أمير المؤمنين في الظروف المختلفة والحالات المختلفة، تعطينا دروسا مهمة جديرة بالبحث والتحقيق. فعليكم بدراسة سيرته من جميع جوانبها. وثالثا، يمكن معرفة أمير المؤمنين عليه الصلاة والسلام بدراسة أخلاقه وصفاته وأحواله عليه الصلاة والسلام. انظروا إلى علمه، انظروا إلى عدله، انظروا إلى زهده، انظروا إلى ثباته على عقيدته، وتضحيته في سبيلها. انظروا إلى إخلاصه في العمل، انظروا إلى عبادته لله، انظروا إلى طاعته لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. وهل تجدون في العالم بين الأئمة والحكام من جمع في السيرة والأخلاق والصفات والحالات ما جمع في علي عليه الصلاة والسلام؟ لا تجدون إماما ولا حاكما من يوم أن خلق الله آدم وإلى يومنا هذا، إنكم لا تجدون إماما أو حاكما كعلي عليه الصلاة والسلام. فمن زيد هنالك ومن عمرو؟ وكيف يقاس علي بغيره من أولئك الذين عاصروه أو الذين جاءوا من بعده؟ وعلى كل حال لا بد من دراسة أحوال أمير المؤمنين من جميع الجوانب بقدر الإمكان، لنتعرف على الإمام ولنعرفه للعالم، وليعلموا لماذا اتخذناه إماما وقدوة لنا دون غيره. لا بد من دراسة جميع أبعاد حياته بقدر الإمكان من جميع الجوانب، حتى يعرف هذا الإمام العظيم وتعرف مناقبه وفضائله وأحواله، وليكون قدوة للحكام وللأئمة ولسائر الناس. نسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يوفقنا للمعرفة وللعمل. نسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يوفقنا لأن نكون دعاة له ولما دعا إليه بغير ألسنتنا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Many thanks to His Eminence Ayatollah Samahat Sayyid Ali Al-Milani, and also a massive, massive thank you to Al-Hujjah Islamic Seminary for making that keynote possible. So, for those of you that don't know Al-Hujjah Islamic Seminary, what that is, I think there's probably a lot of youth that are watching this and seeing a marja and thinking, you know, could I do something like that? Could I get into Hawza? Is there a possibility to do so? So I think if we roll back 50 years, 100 years, probably not, in all honesty, from the US or from the UK or Europe or wherever you're based from right now. I think, you know, the actual fact is this is an online full seminary completely in English. I was astonished. I was asking one of the Sayyids in between the talk, you know, how many people are in this seminary online in fully in English. There's over 700 students. So brothers and sisters, if you're interested, wanting to look into the Hawza, you know, personal recommendation to essentially have a look, go for it. Is there a chance it could be something interesting? You can go to hujjahseminary.com. Inshallah. So before we go to our next panel, want to find out a little bit more about the audience. It's very difficult because no one can reply to me apart from the four guys sitting in front of me, and I already know they're all from Dearborn. So yeah, I think one Canada, two Canada, maybe majority Dearborn. So we want to know where you are from, and if you're tuning in right now, give us a tag, Imam Ali Conference, and put your country's flag in. So if you're based in the UK, throw a UK flag in. If you're based in Tanzania, Tanzania has a flag, right? Tanzania, I'm joking. That was a joke. Put a Tanzania flag in for us. Put a US flag, a Canadian flag, whatever it is. Tag Imam Ali Conference. Hashtag Imam Ali 2023. And whoever's watching this, put in a Ya Ali Madad as well. Inshallah, so we'll be able to welcome our audience and see where you're from. So in terms of the themes and the topics we've been talking about, as we said, there are no taboos when it comes to discussing religion. Our next panel is titled Parenting a Teenager. Something typically, if we're honest, isn't really discussed in as much depth as it should be in our communities. As a father of 3 preteens that I'm making them slightly older than they are, I have a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 6-year-old. My 7-year-old daughter is already getting upset, running upstairs and slamming the door like she's a teenager. The last time she done that, I ran upstairs after her, opened the door, picked her up and ran back downstairs and said, I've still got at least 6 years before you do that. So this is about teenagers and parenting teenagers. Our host, our moderator for this panel is our dear brother Abbas Jum'ah, who's also a speaker and a podcast host. So we're going to go to him, inshallah. Definitely something to learn for everyone, whether or not you have kids. Inshallah, we'll see you after this panel. And just a reminder to dear brother Abbas Jum'ah to make sure you stay within your allotted time. God bless you, and inshallah, we'll see you soon.
الرحيم اللهم صل على بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Welcome to the Imam Ali Conference, Parenting a Teacher. Our panelist, our respected panelist, Sayyid Ridwan Radhawi. The Sayyid started his religious studies in Chicago, Illinois, under Maulana Amir Mukhtar at the Imam Ali Seminary, and attended the Islamic Seminary in Qom in the year 2000 and studied under the best and most renowned theologians in the Hawza. So the Sayyid focused his attention towards Islamic philosophy, and during the later parts of his studies on Irfan. So the Sayyid collectively studied 6 years and graduated with theology and philosophy from Jam'at al-Mustafa. So Sayyid is our respected panelist alongside our sister Zakira Shairoz Dala. The sister is a world-renowned Islamic lecturer with a bachelor's degree in psychology, sociology, and she also has a master's degree in education. She's an anti-racist education counselor by profession. She also is a servant of Abu Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam and gives majalis on the road. She has also had many honors, a lot to list, and some of them speaking outside the White House, being the only Shia female to do so twice. You also see her very active on Islamic shows, very active on all channels, and she is a blessed guest on the Imam Ali Conference, and she's our panelist. Sayyidina, talk to us, parenting a teacher, the importance of that. Imam Ali alayhi salam did stress on that when he spoke to his son Imam Hassan alayhi salam, saying that the youth are like uncultivated land. So there's a great importance parents have when it comes to upbringing and raising children, let alone teenagers.
Santam, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Imam Ali Conference, Compassion in Action. Great to be part of this wonderful effort. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept the hard work, all the work that has been put in, all the scholars, esteemed scholars that are part of this wonderful, wonderful event. Of course, the topic in hand is an important one. There are various ayat in Quran, and you quoted the letter that Amir al-Mu'mineen had penned to his son, Imam Hassan alayhi salatu wassalam. And the ayat of Quran, which I wanted to share from Surah Safat, ayat number 102, when the story of Hazrat Ibrahim and Hazrat Ismail alayhi salatu wassalam, when it says, فَلَمَّا بَلَغَ معه السعي قال يا بني إني أرى في المنام أني أذبحكم فانظر ماذا ترى. That when he reached the age of exertion. He was old enough to help out his father, Hazrat Ismail. Father said to his son that I've seen in a dream that I must sacrifice you. So what do you think? Of course, there's no point for a father, a figure of Khalilullah, Hazrat Ibrahim والسلام, to be asking for the opinion of his young son, Hazrat Ismail والسلام. But nonetheless, it shows us the importance of the opinion of your children. You know, there's an ancient proverb that says, if you are planning for a year, plant grains, rice. If you're planning for a decade, plant trees. But if you're planning for a millennium, then plant human beings, grow people, invest on their children. And children learn most of their, whatever they learn from their house before they learn anything from outside. That's their first tarbiyat gah, if you want to call it. We as parents don't set the correct examples at home most of the time, and later expect our children to do the things which, of course, we fail to do ourselves. So you can't expect a child to be punctual in prayers, for example, if parents aren't punctual. Can't expect a child to miraculously be modest when parents aren't. You hardly see a son and a daughter come out to be more pious than their parents, unless, of course, it's tawfiq ilahi, because of Islamic schools and the other influences that they may have had. You know, there's a lot to talk about. There are so many things that I can indulge into, and of course, I want to keep in mind the importance of the other panelists and their valued time. You know, how to raise a teenager. I think that's the core of the discussion. Raising children, primarily speaking, there's not many ayat of Quran that talk about that. And there are not even many ahadith regarding that. And there's just a generic version of it that you find in the book of, Quran and Sunnah. So it's not science which you apply. Rather, it's an art which you learn as you go along. And of course, it varies with people. It varies with children, from one children to another children. Raising first child is different than raising your fourth, for example. There's no guarantee that if you do X, you will get the result as Y, for example. So it's not plug and play. And Islam, we don't really have such a thing as teenager. Rather, you're either a child or you're an adult. That's why the age of bulugh is 13, 14, and 15, right? Max 15. Or the beginning of the teen years, so on, quote unquote. So if you see that now this person is no longer a child, rather they're mukallaf, whose deeds will be accounted for and will be held responsible in front of Allah for good and bad that they do. Which brings me to my first point, that what we can do as parents, inculcate fear of Allah from a very young age. Try and get them understand that you're now mukallaf, you're now duty bound. Your acts have their own thawab and jaza. It will not be counted in the accounts of the parents. Number two, stop micromanaging, right? Sometimes we see that some parents, they breathe down the children's neck. Giving them space and letting them figure out is better than just, providing the solution all the time. Because when they're really in the difficulty and you're not around to help them out, they won't have the set skills to be able to bring themselves out of the situation. Stop reprimanding. We see that putting them down and making them feel guilty instead of appreciating. And when they do something good where it requires appreciation, because you're already in a bad mood, you don't feel like appreciating. Allow them to make mistakes. Learn from these mistakes. When a person learns the hard way, then they really learn it. Then they really have it in their heart, and they'll be able to correct that, and they won't make the same mistake. And ask them what they would do if they were in your place, for example, as a punishment. Be a life coach, in other words. You cannot make them feel empowered by giving them gifts or spoiling them. Let them earn it. These are some of the parenting skills that are proven. You may not find many of these things in riwayat and hadith and Quran. You find this psychologically, and we have, and there's Jasara to be in speaking in front of her, that she has this degree to, psychologically, from psychiatry aspect, from these areas have spoken a great deal regarding what works. These are facts. So you cannot make them feel empowered by giving them gifts and spoiling them. Let them earn it. It gives them self-dignity. Allow them to understand that they are part of a bigger picture, the family, the society. Encourage them to come to these family gatherings and these functions, and find a mentor other than parents, a positive role models. Unfortunately, we live in a society where the role models have taken a role of, super heroes, and they sort of become role models from the very beginning when a child opens up his or her eyes. So speaking with the child, important element of tarbiyat, although a child will have limited understanding at the age that they may be in. But yeah, speaking shows that the parents are attentive toward them, so they don't feel neglected. We're busy with work, and when we're home, we're using our phones, and children are given their gadgets to play with, and very little time to talk. Love, it's important. Muhabbat, important element in tarbiyat. Sometimes parents respond with bitterness and harshness in front of child's, nonsensical and impossible demands. Whereas even in these places, saying no with love and mercy is actually better. Respect. Every human being at every stage of their life, they want to be respected. Even a child as young as 3 or 4 year old does not want to be disrespected in front of others. Everyone loves them. And when you grow older, of course, you're now a teenager. So any disrespect can hurt them badly. Encouragement. Properly encouraging children will, create enthusiasm for them to do good. Unfortunately, in our societies, parents discourage children if they, for example, become religious. Yeah, believe it or not. Child starts going to masjid, Imam Barga, Husseiniya, attending the regular prayers, attending the majalis, wherever it's happening, growing a beard, which is, of course, an obligation on him. A sister, for example, starts observing hijab, starts listening to the nasheeds or the Quran more, practicing more and more. They'll be now looking at them weirdly. What's wrong with you? As if they're doing something which is frowned upon. So that's the reaction that they get. Parental supervision, of course. Life is a place of learning lessons. Someone asked me the other day, I was attending a workshop, explain life. What is life? Now, of course, this was not a religious workshop. So we all gave our answers. He said, life is what happened when we were making our plans. So when we were busy making our plans, what was happening, that was life. So of course, life is a place of learning lessons and gaining experiences. Ash-shaykhu fi baytihi kan-nabi fi ummatihi. An elderly in the house is like a nabi in the ummah, in the nation. And so therefore, it's important to the supervision must be there, because they will make mistakes. Self-reliance, another important element of tarbiyat of children, gradually preparing them to rely on themselves. Of course, you don't want to hand everything down at the very beginning. Slowly and gradually, this process has to be inculcated, fostering the intellectual dimension. We sometimes, think that they're young and their minds are not capable. Well, no, try them, test them, teaching them logic in order for them to think straight and use their mind properly. And of course, I cannot emphasize more than I already have, praise, giving positive verbal, physical attention and affection to the children. I'll conclude, I'll come back if there's more time, that there are 3 unbelievably simple parenting ideas that work. Number 1, children need a minimum of 8 touches during a day to feel connected to a parent. If they're going through a particularly challenging, time in their life, it's minimum of 12 touches a day. This doesn't have to be a big deal. It could be, straightening their collar, for example, pat on the shoulder, or simple hug. So you need to have these minimum of 8 touches a day. Number 2, each day, children need more than 1 meaningful eye-to-eye conversation with a parent. Now, this could be for younger kids, not necessarily those older, but it is especially important for babies to have this eye contact. But children of all ages need us to, we need to slow down and look them into the eyes, have that meaningful one-to-one conversation. And there are 9 minutes during the day that have the greatest impact on a child. 9 minutes out of the 24 hours. The first 3 minutes, right after they wake up. Don't neglect them at that time. The 3 minutes after they come home from school. And the last 3 minutes of the day before they go to bed. We need to make those moments special and help our children feel loved. I'll stop over here. There's more.
Ahsan Sayyidina, honestly, the wisdom there is for us to take on, because dialogue is important and it's a right of a child, and energy and positive reinforcement is also important. And we see this from even naming a name. We look at the Imam Ali alayhi salam in the Battle of Khaybar when he says famously, "Indeed, my mother named me Haydar." So that positive reinforcement led him to take on an undefeated warrior and bring victory towards Islam. We also see that with the name of Abu Fadl in the name Abbas. So it's very important for that positive reinforcement. Now, I'm really looking forward to the sisters now, Sister Zakira's analysis on parenting a teenager from a psychological perspective, from a religious perspective. Sister, the floor is yours.
Jazakallah khair. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Truly, parenting a teenager is definitely a challenging but very noble task that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has entrusted us with. And it's very important for us to realize when we say the word teenager that children in this day and age are maturing much faster than they have ever, it seems. And so when we say teenager, we're thinking 13, 14, 15, etc. But a lot of these issues that become very real for these children happens when they're even 9 or 10. So parenting a teenager actually happens much earlier than when they hit the teens. It's all about maturity, and every child is different, but we are living in a society that is opening our children up to so much that is beyond their capability and maturity. They're being bombarded with so many images, so many things that are really too early for them, and that is why we need to do some preemptive work. And when we talk about Imam Ali alayhi salam and how he was a very hands-on parent, because when we look at that letter that he wrote to his children, to his sons, letter 33 from Nahjul Balagha, we can see that Imam Ali alayhi salam truly was a parent who talked to his children and who understood what they were going through. It's a letter full of so much advice that it's really mind-blowing. Another letter, the letter to Malik Ashtar, when he's talking about how to be a leader, is also full of advice for us who are leaders in our homes. And truly, having been the mother of 3 children, mashallah, they're now 26, 24, and 17, mashallah. I'll tell you that we're the walking wounded. Parents, after having parented teenagers, you feel like you've been beaten up and you have nothing's been left of you. You've been ground, just completely shattered. But you've got to pace yourself. This is a marathon, and parenting never ends, does it? But there is this very important part of a child's life where there are amazing learning moments. And when I talk about 9 and 10, honestly, that's when your children really look up to you. I think even a little bit before that, 7, 8, 9, when they look at you and they really listen to you and they kind of act like you. Even when you're sweeping or mopping, they're copying you. Or if you're working with a hammer or something, they want to do what you're doing. That's the time to parent. And they're really intelligent. And what I've learned from seeing Imam Ali's letters to his children, because he also, there was so much of a will that he gave when he was on his deathbed. There's so much advice. You realize that Imam Ali Islam spoke to his children, knew what they were going to suffer. So he was preempting the issues that were coming in their lives. He was getting them ready, but he had developed this friendliness. We want to be a friend, but often when you become a friend, they can be quite rude to you and treat you like a friend. And then you often feel hurt that, listen, do that to your friends, but don't talk to me like that. So there needs to be a fine line. Being friendly is more like it, because we're friendly, and yet we have got to remember we're not here to win any popularity contest. We're here to do a very important job. We are here to set boundaries and discipline. And I grew up in the West, and I remember there were times when I did ask my parents for something that I knew was extremely far-fetched, like it was impossible. But often there was a sense of relief when they would say, no, you're not doing that. Yeah, think again, and it sort of made you realize, okay, that is a boundary. I should not even try crossing. Children they do need some direction. In fact, a Muslim parent has got to do a lot of directing, because we are here to help our children be upstanding citizens in the religion of Islam, in the Ummah. And we are absolutely bringing up Imam Ali, Imam Zamana Ajalallahu Ta'ala Farajahum Sharif's army. We are here bringing up children who will be able to speak up against injustice and who are very moral themselves. So there's a lot of work ahead. But remember, Imam Ali alayhi salam was a mentor. He had so many young and loyal companions. Definitely, there was something about his demeanor that young people surrounded him, and they were amazed and interested and enchanted and in awe of what he said. That's the mentor we want to be with our children, and we absolutely need to be well versed in our faith, in the faith as well as the Quran and the Hadith and the life of the Imams in the Chaudah Masumin alayhi salam, because we need to be able to pepper this information at dinner time, in the car, when we're just watching something and something comes up. These are learning moments, teaching moments, where you see something that's not a very good thing to be watching. Suddenly it comes upon you, this scene. It is important that we stop and we say, listen, what might our Imams do at a thing like this? Do you think this works with Islam? What does Islam say? Is this allowed? Is this not allowed? Why? And so we need to know our own faith, but we also need to understand our children's lives. Imam Ali alayhi salam, in that letter 31, he says to his children, first of all, he talks about his own issues. He talks about the fact that he's getting old, and that, you know, what he hates the desires and this dunya and what's happening, and you know, this struggles of leading, and that, etc. etc. He's talking about his own stressors. So how important it is for our children to know what we're going through, not so that they can be our therapists, but that they understand, my parents are going through something as well. So I need to also step back and let them have their space, or if they're having a bad day, to give them a break as well. And then Mom also then talks about the child in that letter and says, I know that you are immortal, that you're bound by nature, and that, you know, this tendency to follow others, or that you're surrounded by misfortunes and hypocrisy and deceit, etc., etc. Being aware of what our children are facing out there, with bullying, with racism, with all sorts of Islamophobia, etc., etc. And that there comes in that most difficult thing, spending time, quality time. This also means, as a parent, I've learned this, visiting them in their room. When you see them, how they live, you realize, okay, I haven't taught my children to make their bed, or I have allowed my children to live in a state of chaos, and they're okay with that. Visiting their bathroom if they have a different washroom of their own, because often we don't do this. Often, sometimes the cleaners do it, etc. But we have missed an opportunity to teach our children taharat, right? As well, spending time with them, quality time. I absolutely take my kids out on dates. We go out alone and we eat together. And definitely, as you eat, you get relaxed, you hear about what they're going through. And then you learn how they're dealing with the bullies in their lives, or being left out, body image issues, etc., etc. Knowing what they're dealing with helps you parent them. Absolutely. And indeed, Imam Ali alayhi salam has talked about also traveling. He has talked about taking the children around. You know, he says, "Oh, my son, you know, go and see the world, see the people who have come. What have they left behind? What you know, what kind of legacy, or, you know, all these riches that they work, this dunya, did it help them, etc., etc." Being very philosophical as a parent. We do make the mistake of putting our children in madrasa and expecting them to teach our children Islam, or school and letting the teachers teach them science, etc., etc. People are not going to bring up our children for us, and then they can't. They don't know what our kids are. We know who our kids are, and therefore, traveling with them, speaking with them, spending time with them. When you play a board game, seeing how they deal with loss, or are they cheaters? God forbid. How do they do things? Are they moral? Are they ethical? And then really, really hitting those things. And again, time is running out, but I do want to mention that Imam Ali alayhi salam started very young, and he talks about this in that letter. And he speaks about the fact that I started young with you, telling you about the world, and also using the Holy Quran as a guide to teach you about the way the world is and how to be as a human being. Imam Ali alayhi salam talks about every aspect of what it means to be a person in the world, how to be a good friend. And one of the things that I really, really, really love that I often tell my kids when they really get upset at people and their reaction to people, they want to hit back. They want to be rude back. They want to, well, they started it, etc., etc. I say to them, Imam Ali alayhi salam said to his children in his letter, don't let other people decide how an interaction is going to be. Don't be a reactionary. You decide how an interaction is going to be. And that is that you decide this is going to be a loving, forgiving, kind interaction. I'm not going to react to your rudeness, your unkindness, and definitely teaching them to be good siblings. All these things are, we have a tall order to fill indeed, but it can be done. And we have to be also kind to ourselves and kind to each other, our children, that they're also learning. We're all learning on the job. No one came with an instruction manual.
Nah, ahsanti, sister. Honestly, it's a great responsibility. Parenting teenagers. Thank you very much for your blessed time. The panelists, the respected Sayyid, the respected sister. Honestly, it's a great responsibility we have. And inshallah, we do our due diligence and take the lessons from what the Sayyid and the sister said and the teachings of Muhammad wa al-Muhammad. Inshallah, present our progeny in front of the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the day of judgment. And as we've understood and I've understood, it is a difficult task. But nonetheless, with difficulty comes ease, and inshallah we see this and we are in a state of joy on the day of judgment with the barakah of Imam Ali alayhi salam. And thank you guys for joining us on the conference, and thank you Imam Ali Conference for hosting such an important topic on such a blessed day. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Many thanks to our dear panelists, Sayyid Rizwan Rizvi, also Dhakira, Shairoz Dala, and of course, Brother Abbas Jum'ah. God bless you all. As Brother Abbas mentioned, a very, very important topic. And also thank you to the team at Masjid Ali for making this panel possible. Just a kind and polite reminder, Brother Abbas Jum'ah is all the way in Australia, so we can't physically threaten him, but that panel took a little bit long. So inshallah, moving forward, the panelists and also the moderators stick to their time. May Allah bless you all. So we're just over halfway through day number 1. The time has flown by. We're going to mix things up. So I want everyone to put their hands up at home. If you are a Mullah Ali Fadl fan, I've got 4 people in front of me now. Hands up if you're only one hand, not both. Only one, thank you. If you're a Mullah Ali Fadl fan. Second hand if you're a fan of Mullah Rashid Haidar. Okay, I've just got 4 guys to go like this, by the way, which is quite funny. So, alhamdulillah, we thought in the Imam Ali Conference, who would you love to have, Mullah Ali or Mullah Rashid? We decided to get you both because we're amazing like that. Mullah Ali, I have a bone to pick with you. Mullah Ali, before I left for Dearborn, told me, Haidar, don't worry about it. It's about 15 degrees in Dearborn. It's really warm. You don't need a coat. Literally on the way out from my house to the cab, my wife said, listen, I think you should just check the weather just in case. I checked the weather, it was -8. So Mullah Ali told me it's 15 degrees. How much is that in Fahrenheit? Anyone know? About 30? Maybe less. It was actually -30 or something along those lines. So don't trust Mullah Ali for weather advice ever, but we know he's an amazing reciter, so we're looking forward to welcoming him, a very close friend of mine, also the co-founder of Al-Haraka Al-Husayniyah, and of course Mullah Rashid, who you all know very, very well from the Shia Voice. Last year he was an applicant, this year a presenter, so it gives me great honor. Mullah Ali in London alongside Mullah Rashid. Over to you, and ladies and gents, brothers and sisters, I'll see you soon, inshallah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome, dear viewers, to the Imam Ali Conference, the Nasheed segment of the day. The moment that you've all been waiting for, the segment that you've all been waiting for, because it's high energy, it's really passionate, it's all for the love of the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam, specifically the love of Imam Ali alayhi salam. My name is Ali Fadl, a Nasheed reciter. I'm also joined by the lovely Mullah Rashid. Mullah Rashid, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you? How's everything?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, I'm good. How are you keeping?
Not too bad, not too bad. We did this last year, didn't we? Myself and you, right?
We did do this last
Fantastic.
year.
We had a great time last year, dear viewers. If you didn't tune in and you're tuning in now, it's going to be a fantastic time for the rest of this segment. Mullah Rashid, I'd love for you to be able to kickstart today's Nasheed segment. So please let us know what the poem that you're going to be reciting, inshallah, and we'll get things going.
Yes, so inshallah, I'll start with a small introduction in honor of Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam. And then inshallah, later on, my poem will be about Imam Ali alayhi salam.
Inshallah.
Before I begin, please recite aloud salat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
حب النبي الهاشمي ديني حب النبي الهاشمي ديني صلى عليه واهب اليقين 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 فنظرة من رمش طرف عينيه لا 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 شك تكفي لا شك تكفي صلوات
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أحسنت Mullah Rashid. So for the dear viewers out there, we are celebrating and we are hopefully having a great time at home. You've had a fantastic time so far listening to the sermons and the lectures and also the workshops and the panel discussions. Imam Ali alayhi salam, in the poem that Nouri Sardar has written, says, nothing defeats Ya Ali. The word or the statement of Ya Ali. When we say Ya Ali, for example, when we fall, Ya Ali when we need to help in lifting things, Ya Ali when there's a calamity, Ya Ali when it's a happy occasion. Essentially, the poem comes and says, Oh Ali, we were all taught from the cradle. Oh Ali, we were all taught from the cradle to call out your name when we slip or fall. Our mothers said when to walk we weren't able. His name, the key to every miracle, the call of help me, Ali. The call of help me, Ali has a secret. It shows how every tongue is deep in your debt. It shows that with death, Ali you never met. Ali is the sun that rose and never set. Ali is the sun that rose and never set. It's more than a cry when in need of courage. It's heard in every place and in every age. To the heart of Ali, to the heart of Ali's love, it's a rib cage, and in his book of love, it's on every page. Every page, his love, it heals, Ya Ali. Nothing defeats, Ya Ali. Every heart beats, Ya Ali. Nothing defeats, Ya Ali. صلوات.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أحسنت.
Over to you, Mullah Rashid.
أحسنتم Mullah. The chorus is very simple, so I ask you and those at home to please help me with the chorus, inshallah. Ali, Ali, ya Ali, Asadullah.
Wow. I really like this one. Go on.
Ali, Ali, ya Ali, Waliullah. Ali, Ali, ya Ali, Asadullah. Ali, Ali, ya Ali, Waliullah. Ali, Ali, ya Ali, Asadullah. Ali, Ali, ya Ali, Waliullah. علي علي يا علي أسد الله علي علي يا علي ولي الله. Let me tell you why I follow Imam Ali. He is not only the commander of the mu'minin, the lion of Allah, the conqueror of all battles. His braveness and his courage, his loyalty is unmatched. Oh, Father of orphans, you gave with sincerity. Oh, the one who was praying and still gave to charity. Oh, the one whose footsteps were filled with humility. Oh, the one who fills my heart with tranquility. Oh, the one who fills my heart with tranquility. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Asadullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Waliullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Asadullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Waliullah. Oh, followers of Ali, today is the day to rejoice. Praise the Prophet and his family with your loudest voice. For this is a blessed day when our faith becomes complete. So let us celebrate this joyous and glorious day. Whomsoever follows Ali is on the rightful path, for he holds on to the Ahlul Bayt and the Quran. With these gifts from Allah, how can anyone go astray? As this is per Prophet Muhammad and his holy way. As this is per Prophet Muhammad and his holy way. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Asadullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Waliullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Asadullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Waliullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Asadullah. Ali, Ali, Ya Ali, Waliullah. علي علي يا علي أسد الله علي علي يا علي ولي الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم ولعن أعداهم. يقول لا فتى إلا علي ولا سيف إلا ذو الفقار. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. علي مو بس بالنجف عند مزار، علي حتى بكعبة الله نشوفه. علي حتى بكعبة الله تشوفه. اللي يحب يطوف ويبوس الجدار، اللي يحب يطوف ويبوس الجدار، اللي يحب يطوف ويبوس الجدار. وعلي حتى الما يحب يطوفه، وعلي حتى الما يحب يطوفه. انا مجنون بعلي علي مولاه. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. When in need, call out the victor of Khaybar. Call out the one named by his mother Haydar. When in need, call out the victor of Khaybar. Call out the one named by his mother Haydar. Show the world that Ali's not just your leader. Show the world that Ali's not just your leader. By God's will, he's also the greatest helper. By God's will, he's also the greatest helper. Evil, it's Ya Ali, Ali Mawla. Nothing defeats Ya Ali, Ali Mawla. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. هم حقهم لو يتهمون بجنون. هم حقهم لو يتهمون بجنون. لأن نفقد من يمر اسم الولي. لأن نفقد من يمر اسم الولي. هاي حتى أطفالنا بحبه تذوب. هاي حتى أطفالنا بحبه تذوب. قبل كلمة بابا تنطق يا علي. قبل كلمة بابا تنطق يا علي. شما يلومنا نحب علي مولاه. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. Oh علي, oh moon that lights up even day. Don't leave our tongues unanswered and in dismay. If you would not turn an enemy away. If you would not turn an enemy away. Help your lovers when in troubles their souls sway. Help your lovers when in troubles their souls sway. Sorrow it treats Ya Ali, Ali Mawla. لا فتى إلا علي علي مولاه. قول أنا حبي علي وغرامي علي مولاني مولى علي. أنا حبي علي وغرامي عليه مولاني مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي. On the love of your light, when I was raised, I was born and your name I heard praise. On the love of your light, when I was raised, I was born and your name I heard praise. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. In Ghadir, my heart for you was safe. From my father
Ali.
and my mother, Ali.
Ali.
From my father, Ali, and my mother, Ali. Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali, Mawla Ali. أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره. أنا لا أبوح بسره وأنا المقاد لأمره. أجد النوال ببحره. أجد النوال ببحره. أنا روحي علي ودليلي علي. أنا روحي علي ودليلي عليه. مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي مولى علي. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Well, Rashid, any last words, any last remarks before we give it over to Hajj Haidar Al-Qazzaz?
أحسنتم العلي فاضل. Amazing recitation. No, just from me, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's always a pleasure to take part in this conference, and this is second year running, and alhamdulillah, it's a great experience, and inshallah I look forward inshallah for any future activities that come soon.
Inshallah. Well, look, thank you so much again. I'm not really hosting this Nasheed segment. I'm as equal to Mullah Rashid as well. However, I'd love to thank the dear viewers. I'm now going to hand it over to Hajj Haidar Qazzaz. And by the way, the poets for the poems today, the La Fata Ali in English was Nouri Sardar. The Ana Hubbi Ali was many thanks to Al-Hajj Haidar Al-Qazzaz, whose face you should be seeing next. Hajj Haidar, over to you.
Many thanks, dear Mullah Ali and Mullah Rashid. God bless you both for that beautiful recitation, your beautiful voices, picking up the spirits. I had a remark from one of the team, or a couple of the team actually, that this is the first panel we've done where there are a few more smiles and happy faces. Obviously, the difference is they were singing a nasheed, so maybe that's slightly unfair. There have been some serious topics covered as well. But mashallah, it's always good to see you, Mullah Ali and Mullah Rashid, based in my hometown of London. God bless you both. Inshallah, I'll see you very soon. A reminder to our dear brothers and sisters that if you would like to donate to Imam Ali Conference, there are in the ticker below Zelle or PayPal details. A reminder that this is less of a request for funds and more an opportunity for you to be a partner with Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam, to be able to provide this service year in, year out for the lovers of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. So we're going to talk about this later. We have a little surprise in that segment as well, and inshallah we'll get to it. Next up, another panel, and this time covering a very, very important topic, which is no compulsion in Islam. Of course, the ayah says, La ikraha fi din, a multifaceted topic that needs quite a deep understanding. So you might need some patience for this one. There's quite a lot of detail, but the value of this, of course, forms one of the pillars of our belief. So I'll pass to our moderator, who is Sister Farwa Sheikh, to go through the panel discussion of no compulsion in religion. And inshallah, I'll see you all shortly afterwards.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome to the third annual Imam Ali Conference. I am so excited to be here with you all today. Today, I am joined by our esteemed guest, Professor Liaquat Takim. He is the Sharjah Chair in Global Islam at McMaster University in Canada, a prolific writer and speaker. He has authored and/or translated 8 books. He is currently working on his 9th book on Quranic exegesis. He has also written more than 140 scholarly works, which have been published in various journals, books, and encyclopedia. His latest book, titled Shiism Revisited, Ijtihad and Reformation in Contemporary Times. Welcome, Dr. Takim. How are you?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be here in front of you.
It's an honor for me to be here with you as well. So I wanted us to get right into the topic today. We will be discussing there is no compulsion in religion. This topic has taken storm not only on social media, but also the news in light of the recent events that happened a few months ago. And people are giving their different interpretations, their perspectives on what this statement means in terms of in regards to Islam. So I would love to get your perspective and your expertise around this by starting off with the first question, which is, why are women forced to wear hijab in a Muslim country?
I think that we need to understand that the wearing of hijab is a different issue completely, because this particular verse was revealed in a different context. That when you're asked to wear hijab in a country, it's basically to preserve the chastity and the norms. And let's not forget that the hijab is not only for women, it's also for men. So it is more concerned with, the question of hijab is more concerned with upholding certain moral standards in a community than the issue of la ikraha fi din, there is no compulsion in religion, which is a different context completely.
Thank you so much. And so Why do you think people are punished for leaving Islam if there is no compulsion in religion?
Yeah, I think that this is where the issue of La ikraha fid din comes into play, the verse of no compulsion. Because the context, according to the exegetes, according to the commentators of the Quran, came about when a Christian called Salim bin Auf converted to Islam. And he wanted his sons to become Muslims too, but the sons refused. And Salim came to the Prophet ﷺ and told him about it. And that's when this verse was revealed, that there is no compulsion in religion. Basically, what it means that faith is a very personal decision, and nobody has a right to enforce faith on any other person. So, for example, the Quran says, amongst many other verses, وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مَا أَشْرَكُوا. If Allah wished, they would not have become mushrik, or they would not have associated other partners. وَمَا جَعَلْنَاكَ عَلَيْهِمْ حَفِيظًا. We have not made you as a watcher over them. وَمَا أَنْتَ عَلَيْهِمْ بِوَكِيلٍ. And you neither are you a guardian over them. In other words, your duty, O Prophet, is merely to proclaim the message, not to enforce it by making sure that people convert. Now, I think it's also important to remember here that the Quran does not state that force is to be used against unbelievers. It is only to be used against those unbelievers who demonstrate hostility to Islam or who threaten the Muslim community or the political state. The Quran goes even further, that when janahu silm fajna ilay, that if they offer you peace or profit, then you must accept peace. In other words, the Quran is very much pro-peace. It's against violence, but violence is a last resort. But the issue of La ikraha fid din is very interesting in that what the Quran says and what some of the rulings have come out are two different things. Because in our fatwa, in our rulings, anybody who renegates or who leaves Islam, what we call murtad, is to be killed. And now there are different nuances on this too, also depending on whether the person who converts was actually born a Muslim or who converted to become a Muslim. Interestingly, the Quran does mention apostasy, which is to leave Islam, but it never ever prescribes an earthly punishment for it. It says that this is something that Allah will punish for. In other words, if a person decides to leave Islam, do I have a right to go and kill him or her for that? And according to the Quran, at least, it says no. Within our fatwa, in our books, it says yes, simply because in the early period, apostasy, that is leaving Islam, was connected with a threat to the political order, to the Islamic State. People were leaving Islam, joining the enemies, and so on, which caused a major problem for the Muslim community. But in today's context, where a person is living on his own or on her own and decides to leave Islam without creating any kind of chaos or anarchy in society, are we then to enforce the same law as the previous scholars did? And the answer for me and for a number of contemporary scholars is no also. And I would like to add here that because this is an important verse which people really need to understand the context of. And because people don't understand, sometimes they misuse it, then thinking, well, you know, I'm in a Muslim country, but how can I be forced to do this and forced to do that? We all live in countries in the West or wherever, whereby we have to abide by the laws of the land. And if we don't like it, then we leave. I live in Canada, for example, and I have to pay taxes. There are certain laws that I have to abide by, whether I like them or not. Similarly in Islamic State. But the question of La ikraha fid din is not applicable of whether must I do this or must I do that. It is applicable more in terms of faith between the human and the divine. Interestingly, and I'd like to just share this particular anecdote with you. It's a long discussion. I don't have the time to go into it. Our scholars in the past divided the world into two main spheres, Darul Islam and Darul Harb. The abode of Islam, where Muslims lived, and the abode of war. So those who were living outside the boundaries of Islam were seen as living in the house of war, although they later created other spheres And these fears, these aborts do not occur in the Quran at all. It is what we call a juridical construction, meaning the scholars constructed it, especially by the Sunni scholars living in the 8th and 9th centuries, in order to justify the political expansion of the Muslim boundaries. They introduced these fears and thereby justifying the expansion of Muslims abroad. And what also happened in the same, and we're talking primarily in the Sunni world, by the way, that there were different views on this, that supposing you're going to a land where there are non-believers, they're not Christians or Jews, they're not Ahlul Kitab, but they're non-believers. Can you force them to believe or not? And here again, the question is perplexing for many jurists, because some jurists like Abu Hanifa and Shaybani says, no, you can ask them to convert, but you cannot force them to convert, using this verse. Whereas the Shafi'is, headed by Imam Shafi himself and Sarakshi and a few other scholars, said, no, we are allowed to forcibly convert them in order for them to live under a Muslim state. So you can see that issue here is not about whether you can wear hijab in a particular country or not. It's an entirely different issue. And for the Shias, by the way, the Shias postponed what we may call offensive jihad at all during the absence of the infallible Imam. They said the scholars can allow for a defensive jihad. In other words, when somebody comes and attacks a Muslim state. But Shias are not allowed to declare an offensive jihad until the Imam Sahibul Zaman alayhi salam appears.
Wow, thank you so much for that. And then I guess this is not really a personal question, but a question I think that I've seen come up really amongst the youth is that a lot of young Muslims feel like, their families may use this statement, there's no compulsion in religion, but they'll use it in a cultural context to force their kids to practice or, be a certain way. What is your expertise or advice on how can families exist and coexist better together with, a lot of our young growing up in Western countries and their mindsets are being influenced by other opinions and perspectives?
Yeah, again, I see many a time this particular verse is being misquoted, in my view, and misused by certain members of the family who do not like Islam being imposed on them. And I think we have to understand that the parents are duty-bound to at least expose their youth to a proper upbringing, to proper Islamic teachings. Of course, you cannot force a youth to follow the dictates of Islam. Once he or she has grown up, then they are free to negotiate their rituals, their faith with Allah. In the initial stages, of course, we are required as parents to at least discipline the children, to bring them up with certain moral values, certain standards, certain living, especially in this environment where there are so many other voices talking to our youth. We have the social media now, you have WhatsApp, you have phones, you have television, and so on. So many voices which come and talk and sometimes corrupt the morals of the youth in our own homes. They don't even have need to go out. The cell phone can be a blessing. It can also be a curse at times. So that verse of La ikraha fi din does not apply in this case at all. Because when a parent enforces certain moral standards or discipline on the child, the intent here is not to force a child to believe as much as to make sure that they are brought up with certain proper moral values. Once the child becomes an adult, whether he or she chooses to follow Islam or lead a particular lifestyle, then of course it is up to them.
Thank you. No, absolutely. I agree with that in terms of disciplining children. And when it comes to within your home, this applies very differently. And I really loved how you earlier mentioned how this is a relationship between us and the divine. This is our kind of allegiance to Allah, that we are willingly and wanting to become Muslim and be Muslim and practice as Muslims. And like you said, there's so much out there with different perspectives, different interpretations of this Quranic ayat. But I feel that you have really at least for me, clarified it and made it very clear. And I wanted to thank you for joining us today, again, for the third annual Imam Ali Conference. And inshallah, I invite you all to join the other discussions that will be upcoming. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Welcome back, brothers and sisters, and a big, big thank you to Dr. Liaquat Takim, who's in Toronto, and also Sister Farwa Sheikh, who is in New Jersey. God bless you both for that intriguing panel discussion. And also a reminder that today we're in conjunction with NASIMCO, so many thanks to them partnering with Imam Ali Conference. The Imam Ali Conference, as mentioned earlier, isn't here to tick box in terms of topics, rather tackle issues that are cutting edge, as I've said, whether they be ideological, like our last panel, or in the case of our next panel, societal. So this is the one that every unmarried person has been waiting for. It's the panel on matchmaking, often a bit of a taboo. When we say matchmaking, by the way, we don't mean going to a hajjia or auntie's house and her trying to get you hooked up with a nephew or a niece. This is more about really the pivotal societal need that we have at the moment in our community today. So yeah, really interesting panel. A reminder, hopefully, to stay within the time limits, and we'll pass to our dear sister, Farhana Kasamali, who's going to be moderating the panel discussion on matchmaking. And inshallah, after that, one more panel, a surprise in the end, and we'll be done for today, inshallah. It's been a great day so far, so we'll see you shortly. Jazakumullah.
Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to today's segment, Marriage and Matchmaking. My name is Farhana Kasamali, and I will be your moderator today for this incredibly relevant topic. I'm the current host of the NASIMCO podcast called Sukoon, which is a monthly podcast where we discuss holistic wellness within an Islamic framework. Our first episode is out now on Spotify. Marriage and matchmaking is a massive topic in our community. Marriage has been said to be 50% of our faith, but getting to the point of being in a happy and stable marriage is proving to be a challenge for many. Today, I'm joined by two panelists, Sheikh Mustafa Akhun and Sister Kulsum Dharamsi, who will help dissect this topic. Sheikh Mustafa was born in Iran to a distinguished family known for its dedication to serving the Muslim community. When he was 14 years old, Imam Mustafa and his family immigrated to the States, where he completed his high school education in Virginia. He then received his bachelor's in religious studies from George Mason University. He studied for 4 years in prominent seminaries in Iran, Syria, and Najaf. Imam Mustafa speaks Arabic, Farsi, and English fluently, and often lectures across the US and other parts of the world. He's known for his ability to connect with and influence the Muslim youth, especially those living in the West. He strongly believes in propagating Islamic teachings and values, and therefore has committed himself to that cause. He is the imam for one of the largest mosques in Northern Virginia, the Imam Ali Center in Springfield, Virginia. Sister Kulsum is an experienced administrative professional with a demonstrated history working in the hospital and healthcare industry for over 20 years. She is a compassionate individual who always likes to contribute towards the betterment of her community, especially women, in whatever capacity or opportunity that arises. She was born and raised in Mombasa, Kenya, and after graduating from high school, she traveled to India to complete her studies. Sister Kulsum is a strong proponent for women to be self-sufficient, progressive, and mentor others to succeed in their careers. She believes that it is not enough to just look after our own individual needs, but also find ways to reach out and help others. She is inspired by women who are courageous and successful despite the obstacles they face in our society. Thank you both for joining me here today. This is clearly a hot topic in our community. So, go ahead. Assalamu alaikum to both of you.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah to you also.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. I'm really looking forward to this discussion.
It's an honor. Yes, may Allah bless you.
The first question I have is a tiny story. So I myself am a single mom and was in the process of looking for another marriage, and I had signed up for Kulsamanti for one of your matchmaking programs. And I got an email back that said there were too many women and not enough men. So my question to both of you is, do you think that there are too many women and not enough men in this process? And if so, why do you think that is?
So I agree with you. There is always more women whenever we have the in-person events, or whatever events we have. I just feel like the women are more proactive in looking for spouses, and their registrations fill up fast. The boys do sign up, but they come like just a few days before. So then we had an event just recently, January 28th, and surprisingly, we had a wait list for both girls and boys. So they do come, but they don't feel the need to rush into it.
Yeah.
I think we should not generalize. I think community by community differs. And my community here in Imam Ali Center, since I'm really connected with the boys and with the youth, a lot of conversation happens between me and them on the boys sections, that they're looking for marriage and they want me to find them spouse, and but I don't see that much active role taken from the side of the sisters that they are wanting to get married. I think age also matter. I think if it gets to like 28, 27, 29, to that late 20s, the girls become a little bit more active. I think that time. And for boys, it's not a little bit earlier. So I think age and community differs for one from one another.
Yeah. So you think that community by community, it could be different as to whether there's kind of a misalignment in number of prospects, whether it's boys or girls, and the age?
Well, throughout my traveling to different states within America and different provinces in Canada, again, I'm always being interactive with men and brothers. And so they always tell me, okay, we're looking, let us know if you find someone. For example, the list that I have with me personally, it's tens of brothers are looking for marriage, and I have to find different means. And thanks to Imam Ali Center Conference, and thanks to you and Sister Kulsum for this, I think we are good matchmaking ourselves here. So to help bring young couples together.
Yeah. And Kulsamanti, what do you think is the biggest hurdle when you see this misalignment, when you see that there's a wait list, whether it's a wait list for women or for both? Like, clearly that means there is a need in our community. There is kind of a vacuum.
Yes. So the hurdles I see in both boys and girls is that they have too many expectations. So instead of narrowing down what is really important, they just have a whole slew of needs. They want hijab, no hijab. They want the correct height. They want the correct education. They want the girl to be in a certain location, and the girl doesn't want to relocate. So that's one of the reasons. Another is when they choose career over marriage. They want to pursue their career and be financially stable before they get into marriage. And by that time, their age has become like late 20s, early 30s. And also they don't have time to look. because they are studying. And also some people are in remote places where they don't have access to other prospects. Another, just two more I can list is the parents' requirements differ from the children's requirements. So it's always a tug of war when the child is ready to get married. Parents want the partner to be in a certain way, and the child wants something else. So it's usually they're not very open with their parents. And so matchmakers are helpful in that area. Sometimes the parental pressure is so much to just get married. So they get married for the sake of, and not necessarily, that they're wanting to.
Yeah.
And there's a huge demand for mahar, sometimes the dowry.
Yeah.
And the boys are very, they're not able to fulfill those dowries at the stage they're in their life. So it's kind of a hindrance for them to proceed with a marriage.
Okay. And these requirements that you find that people are coming, do you see it more on the men or the women, like saying, I want this, I want this, I want this, or is it pretty equal on both genders?
I think it's equal.
Okay. Do you think that social media might have a bit of an influence on this? Because if I look and I go on social media, and Sheikh, you might attest to this as well, like I see, well, this person is living this kind of lifestyle with this kind of ring and this kind of car. I don't see why I shouldn't have that as well. Do you think that really creates a mindset for us when we're looking for a spouse? Because then our priorities shift, as opposed to, okay, let's just pray he has a fear of Allah. Let's just pray that he, has a good mindset in terms of praying namaz. But instead, I'm geared towards, I want that kind of wedding. I want that kind of house. I want that kind of lifestyle. And it seems the parameters are getting higher and higher.
I think the biggest hurdle is that as a community, unfortunately, for majority, let's say that, they are giving priority to the culture than to religion. As much as religion makes it easy for the marriage couple to come together, and for this establishment, which is one of the holiest establishment established in the religion of Islam, to come together, we see, because I face with a lot of diverse community, African community have their own ways of doing things. A boy came to me and he's like, Sheikh, I've born here, raised here, but my parents and her parents asked me that when I go to their house, I have to have a tray full of cash money when I ask for her hand. I was like, well, I didn't know of that. And I can see within the Pakistani community, something within the Khoja, within the Irani, Iraqi, Lebanese, each one, they have their own culture that they really want to stick with. And they don't want to let go of this and become all united under the teachings of the Holy Quran and Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam. As far as Rasulullah's narration says, the best of the women is the one who asks for the lowest dowry. And then the role of the man, the role of the woman, I think as much as I really promote intercultural marriages, because in America and Canada, the West, basically, all the youth, they don't have that much of the cultural background into them anymore. They're all Americanized, or they're Westernized, basically. And in a way, that Western ideology and Western culture is very close to our religion. You see, a lot of the American or Canadian or the Western weddings, typically, it's simple, it's easy. The boy and the girl get together, they know one another, and then they get together, let's just move on. Yeah. But you see, when these culture elements come into it, adding to Sister Kulsum, education is becoming something, a big obstacle in front of the boys and the girls, that the parents want the kids to finish education. I have a brother, he said, when I wanted to get married, my parents said to me, no, finish education. But when I finished education, they want me to get married. Then I said, okay, no, let me get more work. Let's get a job. Let me establish myself. And then he got married very late. So I think if we go back to the teachings of Islam, young age, easiness in the process of getting to know one another. If a boy comes to you and asks your daughter's hand, again, Islam and the teachings of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam have taught us step by step. Somebody comes and asks your daughter's hand, you'd like their akhlaq and deen. Give them, khalas.
Yeah.
How many parents and how many girls and how many boys I see, they really look into degrees, and that has become something hard to accomplish.
Yeah. Just to push back on that idea a little bit, do you think that in this day and age, though, it's very difficult to make a stable living without an education? So say a parent comes to you and says, no, I want my son to be educated so that he can provide for his wife, which I don't think is too unreasonable. How would you counter that?
Well, I do have right now a case with me right now, a young boy, mashallah, very religious person, and he's does not mention the field. He's a technician. He hasn't studied. He doesn't have any bachelor or master's. He has a certificate as a technician for X job. And he makes double the money that people at his age who have got bachelor or some even masters.
Yeah.
He's getting much more better pay than a lot of these IT and cybersecurity and all of these engineers. He makes good money. So we went to I was in the middle of it, introduced her to a family, also family religious. They said, actually, no, we definitely want masters. And he says, if it's about financially supporting, I'm making more than masters. He's like, Sheikh, why should I leave my technician job and X job and then go get my masters to get married? Well, I'm already making double the job of the masters. I think that's the problem. Education important. Talabul ilm farida. We have part of the teachings of Rasulullah, but it is not the education that guarantees our rizq. It's Allah that guarantees our rizq. I mean, we have to have that belief that Allah says in the Holy Quran, "In kanu fuqara yughnihimullahu min fadlih." If they are poor, Allah will provide for them from His mercy.
Yeah.
So that has to become part of my belief. Again, I'm not saying don't study, don't get education. No, I always have encouraged my youth everywhere that I go, that whatever field that you are in, if you're studying or you're a businessman, be number one in it. As a Shia of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam, we have to have the followers of Amir al-Mu'mineen to be number one in every field that they are in. But we should know our priorities. That what are we prioritizing? The rizq comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. How many of the youth, I know boys' side, that businessman, mashallah, well off. He doesn't have a college degree. He doesn't have a diploma. Mashallah, well off.
Right.
It's rizq from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah. Kosamanti, do you have any thoughts on the idea of tawakkul in this whole process? Because I know as women, I can't speak to the men, but women, we do feel a little bit of that pressure. We have to get married. We have to get married. What will people say if I married this person or that person? Do you have any advice to give to those who are watching, especially the girls? I'm sure the boys are also in similar situations, but I know the girls' hearts can be very soft and we get a little bit, we want the dream life. We want the dream wedding. We want all of it, right? And I don't think you can necessarily blame the women for thinking this way. Do you have any advice for those watching?
Yes, I think they should be realistic. Okay, I can't sit here and say I want to go to the moon.
Yeah.
It's just paring down on the expectations. Like I said, when you have very high expectations, you're not going to find anyone that's going to be perfect for you, but you have to prioritize what is important, right?
Mm-hmm.
The family background should be important. The akhlaq should be important. The money will come, like Sheikh said. It will come for sure, because Allah provides for everybody. And so when you do get married, there is barakat in what you do. And eventually, I mean, if you're educated, like you said, they want to be educated, which is fair. Everybody should be educated so that they're able to earn a living. But at the same time, you can't have $1 million when you're starting out. You have to work together and get there.
Yeah.
And there'll be ups and downs, of course. My advice is to start early, looking to be open about the fact that you're ready to get married. You can, don't be shy about saying it. And that, of course, marriage is highly recommended in Islam, like Sheikh said. And Prophet had said that you will fulfill half your religion if you get married. So that's a plus. And you should take the assistance from reliable matchmakers, family members, and be clear about what your requirements are from the spouse. Don't get married for the sake of or because of family pressure. Choose your priorities and be honest and sincere in your relationships. Just, don't fake things. Don't fake that I have so much money or I'm educated, I've done so much education and you have not done it. So be honest and sincere in starting these relationships.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry. Two things. Number one, starting early, Sister Kulsum, I received a complaint from one of the sisters when I was in Toronto. She came to me, she's like, all of these matchmakings discussion that's out there, the requirement age is 25 and I'm 22. I want to get married and then I cannot register. And so I think we need to, bring it down. 20, early 19, 18. I think it's the age that people should be looking, parents should be looking before that. Like as a parent, when it hits age 16, 17, they have to start looking different families, keeping in mind this family, and the process is not going to be overnight. I'm already in it, so I know of it. So let's, for us as a matchmaking team that you, mashallah, have together, may Allah bless you, bring that age lower as far as registration. And as far as the weddings and nikah and all of these receptions and everything, when we say start small, everything should be small. I had some people who did tens of thousands of dollars reception, and then it was kind of a failure. They said, well, you said Allah is going to provide. I said, Allah didn't say go put yourself in a debt for one night, $80,000, $90,000 to some communities, some states. That's how much they start with as far as the reception is concerned. I said, Allah says within the religion, if you take the whole religion as a whole tasbih, rosary, it has teachings for everything. You just take one part of it, oh, it didn't work. Well, no. Allah says, do walima. Walima, invite family, friends, relative. Halal, don't do haram, don't have the DJ and the music and the dancing floor and so on and so forth. Do something to your standard and easy. Khalas, move on. When you put yourself in that $100,000 and then it's okay, how I'm going to provide, then Allah says, well, I didn't tell you to do this. Just okay. So we have to keep in mind all the elements of this family to come together. And I have prepared almost 40 lectures. I have to, inshallah, find a good platform to deliver it for A to Z of marriage. Why getting married? And as Sister Kulsum said, negative reasons of getting into negative motives to get into marriage. I have almost 25 negative motives that unfortunately majority of the people get to marriage life because of these 25 negative motives. And it's only 2 or 3 positive that everybody should be focusing, but people typically don't.
Yeah. So one final question for both of you. The divorce rate amongst Shias is almost equal, if not surpassed, the divorce rate that's in the West. So to that end, what advice or what paths do you have for those of us who are seeking a second marriage and who don't fit those start early age parameters? When we see those age cutoffs, we feel a little bit like, okay, maybe my time is gone, my ship has sailed, and that's just it. But I just have hope that it's not the case for our community, that we can try and settle all of us who would like a second marriage, who would like a second chance at this.
Do you want to go, Sheikh?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I feel like there is of course, there is a rise in divorce cases, and I think mainly that happens due to financial reasons. Many financial issues cause breakup, and also social media plays a part in the breakup. So it's on my wish list to have. We've had in-person events for the younger group. age 25 to 35. But it's on my wish list to have an event in person for the divorcees, for the widows, for the widowers, single parents, so that they can connect and not have to live their life alone. Everybody needs a partner in life. And I think, inshallah, if that happens, we'll have some people connected, and at least, inshallah, they'll get married.
Yeah, inshallah.
I do agree. Yes, I do see a lot of divorce rate, and every divorce that I get involved in, it shivers me, and I'll do my best to not to get to that route and try to consolidate and bring people together. But unfortunately, it's out there. I think as a community, we have to come together and give hand in hand together to do whatever we can do for the betterment of everyone. Young marriage, early marriage, divorcees, anyone that is need. Like, for example, right now, everybody's getting together as far as Turkey and Syria is concerned with the earthquake and fundraising and bringing people together. Everybody's messaging, emailing, phone number, so on and so forth. So everybody, alhamdulillah, it's a good thing. I mean, we have to care about one another. As Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa sallam says, "Man asbaha wa lam yahtam bi umur al-muslimin falaysa bi-muslim." Anyone who wakes up in the morning and doesn't have a concern about the affair of the Muslims, he's not a Muslim. So this is something that also, as a community, we have to come together. Those who are already divorced. Well, there's a brother that I can see, him and I probably were not matched. But I know another divorcee sister that they can be a good match. I mean, I understand them. Okay, let me help them to come together. Or a brother for a sister. So all of us, again, coming together and letting that to be our main concern. That if I put myself in the shoes of a brother who doesn't have a wife, or if, for example, he's divorced, how difficult it is for him, or I put myself in the shoes of a sister. So that becomes my concern that, okay, satisfaction of Allah and Imam Zaman Ajrullah Ta'ala Farajuhu Sharif is in me helping people to come together. They become really happy. Imam Zaman is really happy when I help facilitate two people to come together. That becomes my concern, and then I'll take steps toward it.
And it's such a huge blessing for you to bring two people together.
Oh, amazing. That needs another 20 minutes of discussion.
I want to thank both of you for taking the time today. This was just, some of your words honestly brought tears to my eyes. Just the hope that people should have, the faith that we should have in Allah and inshallah as a community for us to come together, to bring people together so that everyone can truly have that partner to be happy in life, to fulfill half their deen. I just pray infinite rewards for both of you for the work that you do. It's just remarkable what you both have done.
Thank you.
It's an honor. It's an honor to serve, and may Allah help Sister Kulsum. I know putting those events together, it's makes my beard white. Allah give you all, and also Imam Ali Conference and Sayyid Al-Qazwini, who put all of these things together. May Allah bless all the volunteers behind this event. It's an amazing. I do have one complaint. 20 minutes is not enough. I definitely have to give that. But Alhamdulillah, may Allah bless all of you.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Farhana, for having us.
Of course.
Thanks to the organizers.
Take care. Hafiz.
Hafiz.
Thank you for watching.
Many thanks to our dear sister for moderating, Farhana Kasamali, and of course to Sheikh Mustafa Akhund, as well as Sister Kulsum Daramsi. God bless you all. Sheikh mentioned that 20 minutes isn't enough. In fact, you took 26, but we're going to let it go, Sheikh, because we have a history and I like you, so that's absolutely fine. Also, on the note of marriage, I thought it would be wise to lighten the mood a little bit with a little joke. So, there was a Sayyid once in a majlis. That Sayyid had been treated very badly by his wife. It's not a Sayyid we know, this is a joke, by the way, yeah? Because some Sayyids in the audience got scared. So, the Sayyid's on the minbar, he's giving a majlis, and he'd had enough. His wife had treated him really badly. She was like being really difficult with him. So he was in the majlis and he said, listen to all the guys. It was a men-only majlis. And he said to them, we need to have an uprising against our woman. they're causing us too much problems and they're being really difficult. So enough is enough. We need to stand up. Who's with me? So obviously everyone in the majlis went quiet. No one was if to say it. He was like, listen, don't be scared. I'll lead the revolution against the women. This is a joke, by the way, for the ladies, just in case someone gets upset. I'll lead the revolution. Who's with me? So one man put his hand up. He said, Sayyid, I'm with you. Someone in the other corner said, Sayyid, I'm with you. Someone else, and by the time you know it, everyone was shouting out. He said, if you're with me, stand up. For nearly everyone in the hall stood up. He was getting there, apart from one guy in the back. He was sitting on a chair like this. I'm going to explain why I'm on a chair in a second, by the way. So he's sitting on a chair, and Sayyid said, everyone stood up apart from you in the back. Are you with us or against us? And the man from the back quite meekly said, he was sad. He said, Sayyid, I'm with you, but she broke my legs the other week. I can't stand up. There you go. Sorry for that dad joke. There is a chair next to me because we have a special surprise. There's going to be another chair here, and we have a special guest who's not scheduled to speak today. But alhamdulillah, we got him sorted and should be joining me very, very shortly. Before then, this is our last panel, if I'm not mistaken. And for those of you that want to be the next Marcus Rashford, to what you want to play for the greatest football team in the world, Manchester United, or if it doesn't go too well and you end up playing for someone like Liverpool, or you just want to be an athlete in general, our next panel is about Muslim professional athletes. So it's being led by a friend of mine, Hassanan Bilal, who is an obsessed journalist, sports journalist. He's got his own podcast. He's got a wonderful lineup of professional athletes who are going to join him. He'll introduce them. So we're going to please welcome our dear brother, Hassanan Bilal, who will be discussing Muslim professional athletes. And we'll see you, inshallah, very shortly.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the Imam Ali Conference. In this section, we're going to be looking at the career of a footballer. So I'm joined by Ali Al-Hamadi, Hussein Ali, and Ali Haidar. Guys, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Ali, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and then we'll hear from the rest of
Born in Misan, that's where my family's from. And yeah, I moved to Liverpool when I was about, I'd say, a year, just turning a year old, so I was very, very young. And yeah, I've represented Iraq and still do at I've represented them at youth level and now at first team level as well. So yeah, that's my footballing career so far. I'm at Wimbledon right now, and hopefully in the future, if all goes well, hopefully make a move back up to maybe a championship or Premier League club, inshallah.
Inshallah. And Hussein?
Yeah, as you know, or as you said now, my name is Hussein Ali. I'm 20 years old. I was born in a city in Sweden called Malmö. I played also in a club called Malmö almost all my life until I was 17. And then when I was 17, I moved up north a little bit in Sweden to a team called Örebro, where we also played in the highest league in Sweden. And then after 3 years there, I moved to the Netherlands and a team called Heerenveen. So
and last but not least, Ali Haidar.
Firstly, thank you for having me. My name is Ali Haidar. I play for Stoke City. I'm a winger. I've been at the club since under 13s. Other than that, I played Sunday League. I was born in Iraq, Najaf. Then I moved to Sweden when I was about 2.
I played for Sweden at youth level. And then went back to Iraq, and then we moved to the UK at the age of about 10. And then I played Sunday League, and I got picked up from Stoke City at the age of 13, and I stayed ever since.
Well, guys, I know each and every one of you guys in a very personal level. We're friends. I've been to your houses. We've spent time together, etc. And one thing that's really struck me or really stood out for me is, mashallah, how religious each of you guys are in terms of always praying the salah on time, reading Quran, doing a'mal. I know, for example, Ali Haydar comes to London to go to majalis, etc. I want to talk about that side of life as a footballer, being a Shi'i, what it means to be a Shi'i as a footballer. But I also want to teach the people watching back home, what's it like being a footballer? Because there's a lot of things about being a footballer that fans have no idea about. So let's start with that, and then we'll look at the Shi'i element to it. So, Ali Hamadi, what would you like fans to know about the difficulties of being a footballer?
I think from the outside, obviously, to no fault of fans, but they don't see the reality of a footballer sometimes. So all they see is on a Saturday or a Sunday, the match day, and the fans obviously that's all they see. Maybe the glamour of scoring a goal or winning a game, but they maybe don't see the sacrifice behind that. For me speaking personally, again, that's moving away from home at 15 years old, living away from my family, sacrificing, seeing my little sister grow up, my little brother grow up, sacrificing my family life, my friends from back home, to go pursue a career in football. Because another thing that maybe fans, and especially I'd say Muslim football fans, don't realise, because I feel like in this country, where I live in the UK, the English, I say English people are more aware of those difficulties, whereas I think Arabs and Muslims, because maybe we haven't have as many athletes, Muslim athletes, they're not exposed to that type of difficulty. So yeah, it's the early mornings, like everyone knows. It's staying after training every day, working on your craft. It's rejection. It's getting told you're not good enough by coaches, by fans. Reading social media, people send you maybe negative messages. So there's a lot that goes behind that, and especially to make it at the top level. So for example, Premier League football, I think that, I'm not sure exactly what the statistic is, but it's something like 0.01% of young footballers make it to the Premier League from academy level. So they're already within the academy system, and there's still such a low level chance of playing in the Premier League. So it's a really, really pressurized environment, really ruthless environment. And again, I think when we talk maybe a bit later how it ties into our faith and religion, sometimes the only way to deal with that is with religion. Otherwise you do end up turning, you see people turning to alcohol, drugs, clubbing, all that sort of stuff, which again in the UK you're so exposed to as a young athlete. So yeah, that's me speaking from personal experience and being around it for nearly I'd say 6 years. That's the things that I've faced.
Hassan, you've grown up in a different environment. You're back in Sweden. Can you talk us a little bit about the challenges of that? How is it similar to Ali? Are there elements that are unique to Sweden? What's it been like for you?
I would say almost everything that Ali is saying, I'm with him on that. It's like the same thing. When you're a young footballer and you see your friends going out, or you see your friends outside of football going out doing this and that, and you know that this is not the way for you. You don't want to live. People nowadays often outside football live the life of Monday to Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday they have their day off. But it's not like this. When you're playing football, you have to sacrifice a lot, and it's also about the days where you're told that you're maybe not good enough, the days where it's not going as you want, but still going, still having faith, both in the religious perspective, because that will hold you strong, and then also, but in having faith in yourself and believing in that you could reach the top even though everybody's against you.
And so from Ali Haidar, Ali, obviously you're a bit early in your career, but can you talk us through like what's it been like being at Stoke?
Yeah, I can 100% relate to the last that what they mentioned. It's the hardest job in the world, and I think everyone can agree with that. And I think it's very demanding. I think the pressure is unreal, and sometimes it's quite scary. That's why a lot of people they struggle with their mental health. Especially footballers, because there's pressure that in training and in games. If you don't perform well, you're getting hammered on Twitter, on Instagram, whatever. And likewise, if you play well, you're getting all the praises. So it's a sport that's full of ups and downs, and I think people need to recognize that and realize that from early. But again, not everyone's a footballer, but we try to make things relatable and stuff like that. But it's difficult.
It's interesting because like all of you guys touched on a different element, but you've all shared similar experiences. One thing you guys had in common is that you've talked about like faith being a central part of how you cope with the difficulties. What do you can you expand on that? What do you mean when you talk about like faith being a key part of like dealing with the pressures? Ali, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I moved away from home when I was young, so I've always been raised in a since I was a young kid in a Shia Muslim family and environment. So that's all I ever knew growing up. And when I moved away from home, I actually took a step back from religion in itself for myself, because it was I think nowadays as society's progressing and stuff, a lot of people are starting to let maybe kids make their own decisions on what faith they want to pursue, and or letting the kids explore. And I think it's about doing that in a way that's not going to put too much pressure on the kid to be a Muslim. It has to be introduced in a way that allows the child or the kid to grow and grow into the religion, which I feel like me taking a step back for a year or two when I moved away, because of those challenges that I spoke about. So because of the freedom, because of the being surrounded by all these distractions and the challenges that come with it. But alhamdulillah, I always end up finding my way back to my faith. And I feel at my best in terms of my football as well, when I'm praying, when I'm connecting with Allah, when I'm in those difficult times where I am facing challenges and hardship, to turn to Allah and ask Him for guidance. And I think definitely I would not be where I am today if I didn't have my faith and my religion as a backbone to everything I do. And again, it's hard, so I'm not perfect, and I think as a young athlete or young Muslim, we're not perfect, especially in a society now which is just rapidly progressing, where there's so much distraction. But I feel like with having the right guidance around you, having the right people around you, I think again being a Muslim can only help you get better, as not just as a person, but again be as an athlete as well.
Guys, Hassan, Ali, anyone want to add anything to that?
No,
Yeah, spot on.
Yeah, spot on. Exactly. It's as you said.
Okay. Go on. What about like in terms of, for example, Ramadan, and Ramadan comes around, you're trying to train, you got to be fasting, or for example, you have a game, but you got Salah happening during it. How do you guys cope with those elements of being a Muslim, a Shia, and a football at the same time? How do you guys find that balance?
To be honest, I think when you're a footballer and you're fasting, for me, it's sometimes for people, they say it's hard, this and that, but I would say like I felt since the day I've been fasting, like full on trying to fast since I was like 14, 15, and I was playing at the same time. And for me, I feel like it almost gives me extra power. I feel like I feel more, I get more energy, even though you think like food, you need food, you need water, but still, I feel like it's something like religiously, like you feel something like, I don't know, maybe it's only for me, but it's like this.
No, I can 100% relate. I feel a lot lighter on the pitch. I feel a lot sharper, faster, because I play on an empty stomach. So it helps. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, it's difficult and no water, no food," but for me, it helps. I've been doing it for a long time, since about 10. I was fasting, so I'm used to it now.
Yeah,
so let me
subhanAllah,
ask you guys a
Hassanin,
different-
I felt that as well, same as the boys. So whenever I've done Ramadan, especially last year, it's actually again I felt that I think at times the most healthy and free I've ever felt on a football pitch. And also, just before we move on, I also wanted to touch on just one more thing from the previous question, and it was just in regards to, so I think sometimes when you face those challenges, as the boys will probably tell you, say for example you've had a bad game or a bad performance, or you've had bad criticism of a coach, I think, you hear this phrase all over the time, and it's, like deen over dunya, and I think I always end up coming back to that sometimes, where it's like we get so caught up as athletes, especially because of how pressurized and how short our career span is. We get so caught up in achievement and accolades and reaching certain heights that sometimes we forget that that's not the most important thing. And I think recently, as I'm getting a bit older now and maybe maturing as a person, as a footballer, I'm able to let go of those ideas a bit more easily now, and I'm able to keep a perspective of, whatever Allah has planned for me, or whatever's meant to be will be. And whether I play well, whether I don't play well, of course I can do things to control it, but at the end of the day, not everything's within an athlete's control, especially as a Muslim athlete. I think that gives us a lot of power then, and a lot of freedom then to just enjoy it as much as possible, and let Allah just take care of the rest.
Exactly. I just want to say also, is exactly what I was thinking about. It's like, for me, I feel the power that khalas, the thing that Allah has written, it's already written, and it's all about, like how you say, it's a lot in football. It's also about sabr, and I think like by the deen you get a lot of sabr. You were thinking that khalas, the thing that Allah has written for you, it's meant for you, and the things that's not written for you, it's not meant for you. Yeah. So I would say,
no, totally agree with a lot.
I want to start this question talking to Ali Al-Hamadi, and then we'll kind of move on to you guys. You guys have all discussed like the pressures involved in football. There's different instances where we've had this conversation, and you've said something very profound to me, or something that really stood out in terms of pressure. So I'm going to ask you guys each a different question. So Ali Al-Hamadi, you talked about playing in a game where like it's a packed out stadium, and being at an all-time high, and then difficulties of going back to an empty hotel room. Can you talk our fans through like that challenge?
Yeah, so I think I remember telling you. So I made, I've played in some pretty big games. I'd say now I've played in World Cup qualifiers. I've played in, League One games. I've been on the bench in the Championship. So I've had kind of experiences where I've been in front of thousands of fans, and the one that stuck with me the most was my League One debut. So we were away at Plymouth. This is when I was playing for Wycombe Wanderers, and I just remember it was just so loud and so surreal. And obviously that's what you live for as a footballer. And then I just remember going back to the hotel after, and just obviously praying and being on the prayer mat, and then kind of just being in this complete silence, and my ears were ringing, and I just thought to myself, like, the adrenaline that I'd felt maybe an hour or two ago, I just went from being at this point to just this point in a matter of an hour. And it was really at that moment again, when I was praying, I was on the prayer mat, I felt a bit down in a way, because it's kind of, you want this feeling to last, and I think it's dangerous, because as footballers we do experience these really big highs, and I think when you come off these highs and then you level out, or sometimes you go from a high to even not to back to the middle, you go just lower than the high. So yeah, that was a weird experience. And I think as a footballer, when you're playing in front of thousands of fans and then just going back to this complete silence, I think again, being a Muslim really helps with that, because it keeps perspective and keeps you grounded, and it keeps you just keeps you grounded and focused on the right things, and helps you deal with those highs and lows a lot better than maybe someone who's not a Muslim.
Amazing. Hussein Ali, I've got a different question for you, but kind of they will follow a similar theme. You had an incredible start to your career. You were 17 years old playing in the highest division in Sweden. You were playing week in, week out, and then suddenly there's a change of manager. And it's about, I think you're 19 at this point or 18. Now suddenly you're not getting picked. You're doing all the right things in training, but the manager's not picking you. And this happened for a period of like 6 months where you kind of fell out of love with football, right? How difficult was that for you, and how did you get through it?
Yeah, it was when I was like 19 and almost turning 20, and it was the time when we played 2 seasons first, and then we went out from the first league. Then it came that period of time we were talking about. For me, it was really hard, to be honest, like getting this noticed, you can say, in Sweden, and to get this like how do you say, like accomplishments, everything you've been dreaming of doing. You play in the highest league, you're doing good, you have eyes on you from different teams abroad, and then out of nowhere you just like we drop to the second league and then not playing. It was a hard time, but in the end for me it's like it will happen shortly, and certainly would happen in the future also, and there will be many times where I don't play and stuff, but I think there it's where the faith comes in, and where I like the things that's written for me gonna happen, and I put my trust in Allah, and that's it.
Yeah, I remember like talking with you during these points, and you're telling me, look, I know Allah's got a good plan for me, and you're just having that faith, and subhanAllah, look where you are now, just through that sheer faith. Ali Haidar, my question, again, similar theme. As a youngster, you've had to kind of move out. You're living in digs. For people who don't understand, that's basically where you're living in accommodation with essentially like someone looking out for you, essentially.
Yes.
How have you managed to like maintain being so far away from your family at such a young age, and how do you maintain your faith, like kind of having to raise yourself essentially?
Yeah, it's really difficult. I left straight away after high school, and a lot of my friends was going out, messing about, going to birthday parties and stuff like that. But I ended up coming to Stoke, and you know, I'm here 6 days a week. I go back home for about 12-13 hours, and I'm back up here the next day. So it's pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult, but you know, I've got a really good family, so I just speak to them quite a lot. Obviously, I've got good friends, good close friends. I speak to them on a frequent level, so which that keeps me going. In terms of my faith, obviously I pray 5 times a day. Ramadan's coming soon, so I'll be fasting, and I've got to explain it to the lady that I live with, how it works and stuff like that. So it's challenging, but it's a challenge that I'm looking forward to.
Guys, unfortunately, that's all we have time for. But genuinely, I could sit and talk for hours with you about all these amazing topics. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you guys at home for watching. Inshallah, you learned something new. Inshallah, you looked at football from a different perspective. And for anyone actually pursuing a career in football, all the best. Thank you, and Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Many thanks to Brother Hassanan for moderating. Also, of course, Hussein Ali, Ali Haidar Ali, and Ali Al-Hamadi, who we'll give a shout out to because today he scored a goal for AFC Wimbledon. the barakah of being on Imam Ali Conference. MashaAllah, lovely to see. And also for taking time out of their busy schedule. We know it's not easy. They had a match today, they have training. And lastly, a big thanks to Awliya Council for making this possible. Next is our keynote address, and a great introduction, or rather a great privilege for me to give an introduction to a great man who I've always admired. On a personal note, he's visited London many times, in particular during my youth, where I was moving from kind of childhood into becoming an adult, and the majalis he gave had really profound impact on my life in that transition. I owe him a personal thanks. Unfortunately, he doesn't know who I am. His son is one of the volunteers with us today. There's a bit of a story behind this. I sound like a weirdo, like a stalker now. There's a bit of a story that I've dropped this next person home many times from one majlis to another majlis, and every time he comes into the car, he says to me, "Your face looks familiar." And I'm like, "Yeah, we spoke last time, I told you who I am," but he doesn't know me yet, so inshallah he does. I'm going to tell his son to let him know who I am. He's the founder of the Islamic Educational Center of Orange County, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce His Eminence Dr. Sayyid Mustafa Al-Qazwini for our keynote address, and inshallah we'll see you straight after that.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أنبياء الله جميعا وعلى سيدهم وخاتمهم حبيب إله العالمين أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين وعلى سيدنا ومولانا الإمام أمير المؤمنين علي بن أبي طالب عليه الصلاة والسلام. مؤمنين, my greetings to all of you, and congratulations and thanks to the organizers, the volunteers, the supporters, and the participants of Imam Ali's virtual conference on the successful conclusion of the first day of the conference. We wish them all the best in the upcoming days and years in their endeavor in serving the cause of Islam and Ahlul Bayt and the cause of truth and justice. My friends, the world today around us is characterized by war, military conflict, even the threat of nuclear war. Also is characterized by an increasing number of refugees who left their homes and their families seeking peace, seeking justice, seeking to feed their families and their kids. It's also characterized by injustice, corruption, tyranny, by famine in some areas, by global warming, by poverty and deprivation. And many people today, they are developing as a result, as a consequences of these events and these tragedies around them, they are developing negative thoughts, anxiety, and sometimes depression. The number of the people who are committing suicide is on the rise in the East and the West. So is Imam Ali today relevant to what we are suffering? Is he a part of the solution? Why we are celebrating his birth anniversary? Why Imam Ali alayhi salam is important for us? Why we discuss his life and his legacy? Is he important? Is he relevant? Can he provide a solution for us? Yes, indeed. Imam Ali is one of the few leaders in the history of mankind, not just Islam, who was able to provide peace of mind, to provide security, to provide dignity, to maintain and defend human rights against any violations for his own people. During his short period of time, which lasted only 4 years and 9 months, when he was a ruler, a caliph, when he was elected by the people to be the 4th caliph in Islam, in his capital, in the city of Kufa, Imam Ali alayhi salam, despite going through a very devastating 3 wars that were very devastating, very catastrophic for the community, for his people and others, despite that, he was able to incorporate compassion, love, forgiveness, understanding, tolerance, and justice and freedom, not only for his own people, but for his opponents too. History tells us that no single prisoner of conscience, no single political prisoner existed during the reign of Imam Ali alayhi salam. History records and testifies that there were no person, not even a single person, that have been persecuted by Imam Ali's government because of his or her political views. Imam Ali was just not only to his own people and his friends, he was just to his own enemies. And this is what he says. He says the meaning of justice is not when you are just and fair to your own family, to your own friend, to your own community, but it is when you can incorporate and follow justice with your enemies, to be just with your own enemies. And therefore, during his reign, Imam Ali provided all sorts of freedom, ideological freedom, people who subscribed to different religions. In the city of Kufa, there were some Jewish communities, Christian communities, atheists, other faith traditions who enjoyed full religious freedom under the protection of the political system of Ali ibn Abi Talib. His political opponents, some people who refused to pay allegiance to him, they refused to shake hands with him and accept him as a caliph. He said, it's okay. It's okay. You don't want to accept me and endorse me as your president, as your leader. It's okay. You have full freedom. You have a freedom of choice. And even you have the freedom to criticize me in public. And this is what some of them did. They used to criticize Imam Ali alayhi salam day and night, day and night. One of them erected a minaret on the other side of Masjid al-Kufa. Imam Ali's office was in Masjid al-Kufa, the Grand Mosque of Kufa. So this man, Al-Ash'ath ibn Qais, one of his opponents who didn't like Imam Ali, he erected a minaret, and through that minaret, he used to criticize Imam Ali day and night. People around Imam Ali were very furious. They were outraged. They came to Imam Ali asking permission to put him down. He said, no, he's a citizen and he must enjoy political freedom. He has the right to criticize me. As long as he's not carrying the weapon against me and against innocent people in my country, in my state, in my city, then he's a freedom to criticize. In fact, Imam Ali alayhi salam, he kept telling the people during his time, فَلَا تَكُفُّوا عَنْ مَقَالَةٍ بِحَقٍّ أَوْ مَشْوَرَةٍ بِعَدْلٍ. Don't cease criticizing me. If you think you have a good opinion, if you think you have a good point, then please come forward and address it. I'm not going to be angry. I'm not going to be upset. I would welcome your criticism. I would welcome your mashwara, consultation. I would welcome any suggestion you have, anything you have. Speak your mind, be brave, come to me and share it with me. I would thank you for that. I would reward you for that. He solicit from people their opinion. He did not shut down any voice, any person, no matter how much they criticized him. He didn't. When it comes to the wealth of the nation, Imam Ali alayhi salam says, "Ala inna mafatiha ma lakum ma'i." The keys to the treasury are with me. "Ala wa innahu laysa li an akhudha minhu dirhama dunakum." The keys are with me, but I am not going to touch any of this wealth, any of this money. I'm not going to touch it. It does not belong to me. The keys are with me. I'm a trustee. I have to distribute this wealth among you, but I have no right to take that money, neither me nor any member of my family. Where do you find this justice? Where do you find this transparency? Where do you find this honesty, this integrity today? In what country? In which country? In which society? This is how he eliminated corruption. Corruption begins from above. When the leader, when the president, when the prime minister, when the caliph is an honest person, he sends positive messages to the citizens. They learn from him. They emulate his example. And then when it comes to justice, no one was strong advocate of fairness and justice and equality like Imam Ali alayhi salam. He himself says, "Bil'adl qamat as-samawat wal-ard." It's only through justice and upon justice the heaven and the earth stands. Through justice. Today we need justice. Justice is missing from all societies, from all countries, from all communities, from many families. Imam Ali says, "Ma ummirat al-biladu bimithli al-adl." Nothing can build societies and countries strong, affluent, prosperous, successful, smiling, and happy like justice and fairness. Like justice and fairness. And he himself says, "Adlu sa'a." Implementing justice for 1 hour, one period of time. خَيْرٌ مِّنْ عِبَادَةِ سَبْعِينَ سَنَةً. It's more worthier and worth more and more rewarding than serving God with no justice for 70 years. وَجَوْرُ سَاعَةً. The corruption, the injustice, the tyranny, the wrongdoing of 1 hour, أَشَدُّ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. Worse with God, it's worse than مَعَاصِيَ سِتِّينَ سَنَةً. If a person commits sins for 60 years, but then he commits injustice for 1 year, this is worse with God than his sins of 60 years. Imam Ali alayhi salam was a strong advocate of justice in the societies. Today we need his example. Today Muslims have to learn compassion, have to learn how to forgive others. Despite these 3 devastating wars, the camel, the Siffin, the Nahrawan. When Imam Ali emerged victorious from all three of them, he would forgive his opponents, his enemies. He would set them free. He set them free. They were captured. His opponents, his enemies, who traveled hundreds of miles from Medina to Basra to murder him, when they were captured after their defeat, he said, "Idhabu fa antum at-tulaqa." I set you free. I have no grudge against anyone. Imam Ali was teaching people through his love, his forgiveness, his compassion. We need to implement these values in our societies today. We who claim to be the Shia, the followers, the loyalists of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib, we have to incorporate these ideals and these values and these principles in our families, in our communities, with ourselves, with our friends, even with our opponents. I hope through this conference and through the celebration of Imam Ali's birth anniversary, we get inspired, we learn, we change, we get closer to him, to his principles, and we become a true Shia, true followers, not through the mouth, not through the speeches, but through actions, through our behaviors. I wish you all the best, mu'mineen and mu'minat. And inshallah you follow the rest of the programs of Imam Ali's conference. My prayers, my sincere prayers for all of you. May Allah bless you all. May Allah bring us in unity and love and cooperation with each other. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
When the soil of Karbala beckons your soul, when the shrines of Hazrat Imam Hussein and Hazrat Abbas alayhi salam whisper your name, know that it is time for your ziyarat. As providers of the best ziyarat experience in the heart of Holy Karbala, the Baron Hotel offers unmatched comfort and convenience every step of the way. That's our promise. The Baron Hotel Karbala, where spirituality meets hospitality.
Welcome back, dear brothers and sisters, and many, many thanks to our keynote address. Many thanks to Dr. Sayyid Mustafa Al-Qazwini, and also to the Shia Muslim Council for making that possible. Brothers and sisters, we're nearly at the end of today. It's gone so quick. We have, as I mentioned earlier, a special guest who's going to be joining us now. By popular demand, requests are coming through all over the YouTube comments and Instagram DMs. So inshallah, we're going to bring that person on straight after this video. So stay tuned. I'll see you very shortly. Assalamu alaikum, dear brothers and sisters. Welcome back. I am absolutely honored to be joined by Sayyid Jawad Al-Qazwini, founder of the Imam Ali Conference. Assalamu alaikum, Sayyidina. How are you? No worries. Sayyid has brought the illumination in Iraqi, they say in Arabic, illumination to our screens. Sayyidina, how are you? Hope you're well.
Alhamdulillah. You've done very well so far.
My pleasure and my honor. Say thank you so much.
It's our pleasure to have you.
God bless you. God bless you. So, for those of you that don't know, just a few headlines. That's the Imam Ali Conference. This is the third year, of course. Saying there's been hundreds of speakers, different panels, hot topics, as we discussed earlier. So, first of all, God bless you for all the hard work you're doing alongside the team. We wanted to just have a little chat, brothers and sisters, really to get your support. The idea is to find out a little bit more about Imam Ali Conference now, the past, and also what's going to be happening in the future. So, Sayyidina, I guess just to start, what originally caused you to want to do this, to go ahead with the Imam Ali Conference?
You know, I've always envisioned that the followers of Ahlul Bayt lead the way in the entire Muslim community, and even those who are not Muslim, to be illuminated through the words of Allah within the Holy Quran and the wisdom of Ahlul Bayt. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Holy Quran says, وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Allah in the Quran speaks of unity. And if you look at the tafsir of the major scholars, Sunni or Shia, there Rasulullah has explicitly stated how we can be united as Muslims, as mu'mins, as believers in Allah and Rasulullah. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam says, Al-hablullah al-mateen, the rope that we must hold on to is the wilayah of Ali ibn Abi Talib. So that is the only way that the Muslim community can come together in prosperity.
Right.
And of course, the name of Ali is, you know, it is the sweetest thing that can be uttered by any human being. And I believe it is a name that can unite all of humanity. I've decided that, you know, we decided with a team that we're going to embark on the journey of creating a digital platform for the conference for the first 3 years, so that we can create a brand. And we also looked at the most important topics, the most pressing topics, things that are not discussed. You know, just between me and you, even those topics that you see come on today and tomorrow, we really had to convince our moderators and our panelists that please speak about this. Don't be afraid. This is a platform that we're giving you, and you have your freedom to speak on topics that everybody has questions about.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, alhamdulillah, it's been a successful journey, I believe.
Alhamdulillah, God bless you all. So it's interesting because you touched upon it briefly, but in terms of programs, and I think, you know, the brothers and sisters may consider this, maybe they haven't, but there are a lot of programs that are online. There's a lot of physical programs as well. What gap do you think that the Imam Ali Conference is filling? You touched upon it briefly, but maybe just to expand on that.
Yes, absolutely. I think, you know, we have some fundamentals that we've been following, and all across the board, you know, I've been told by many leaders in our community that they have witnessed this and they appreciate this. One thing that you have seen in the past 3 years is that we have inclusivity. You know, we have scholars representing different backgrounds.
Faiths.
Different faiths. We even have non-Muslims. We have Sunnis. We have Shias. We have Shias that follow different Maraja and different, you know. But we are inclusive in that aspect. And number two, we also have given a platform for our sisters that I don't think any other community and any other platform has given. Yes, they have been given a platform, but we have given them an equal platform to the men. And that is something that I am proud of, the team is proud of, and we are continuing to stay, you know, focused on that as well. So it is, you know, it is something different, and I think a lot of people appreciate and take notice of that.
Yeah, definitely, alhamdulillah. There's also a misconception, because we were speaking about this a couple of months ago, but I personally was taken aback by how much is needed to create an online program. Because typically, when you think about logistics and details, you normally associate that for physical conference or event, right? What are the types of challenges and hurdles you face in an online program versus a physical one, would you say?
Well, I'm not you know, there are individuals here in our team that would probably be much better to speak on this issue. But I believe that some of the challenges that we have had is creating a one-stop shop for the community. It's not just a religious platform. There are online platforms and there are satellite channels that are serving the lovers of Ahlul Bayt, the followers of Ahlul Bayt, the Muslim community. They're doing a great job. But we have become a one-stop shop for the community where you will hear about your finances, about the upcoming recession, about mental health, and not every person that comes behind the screen is necessarily a very religious or practicing person. But those individuals will benefit the viewers. And that's why, I believe that our community needs a one-stop shop. And what better way to bring everybody together under the umbrella of Amir al-Mu'mineen. That has, picking those topics, picking the individuals that would kind of say, well, this is a conference about Imam Ali, and for example, I'm a footballer. I don't feel I represent Imam Ali in the best of ways, and letting them know that, look, this is the first step. And by you putting your name in the list of those who, take part in uplifting the memory, the name, the brand of Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen, you're doing your part. But in all honesty, the virtual experience, it could be something that is very simple and mediocre. We've always set the bar very high. We've tried our best to make an impeccable show for the 2 days that we are, in people's homes and on their screens. It takes a lot of prep. There's been 4 months of constant prep. There is a
big team as well.
There's a big team. There's volunteers all over the world. I think in 12 different countries. We have a team of volunteers that has been, especially in the past month, has been putting in more than 10 hours a day, closer to the conference. The only time they're off is when they're sleeping. And you've been here since last night, but we've been kind of in the setup mode for a few days now, and the sleep is 4 or 5 hours at best. And I think there's a lot of work that goes into behind the scenes where people may not know. I'm not saying they don't appreciate, but they may not know how long it takes to make sure that this panelist, his mic is checked, his sound is checked, his videos. I mean, it's not even my expertise. I shouldn't be talking about this, but I know that the team is trying their best. It's still not a perfect experience, but we're getting there. Inshallah.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, just on your point, Said, there's 2 personal stories that I've seen today. So the first one was in the hotel that I'm checked in, and the receptionist in the hotel and the guys in the audience and the brothers and sisters, but I mentioned this to you in the car on the way, that the lady and the receptionist, or in the hotel, she asked me, she heard my accent, she's like, where are you from? I said, I'm from the UK. She's like, have you come here for the Imam Ali conference? So she was just a normal receptionist in a hotel in Dearborn, and she knew that the conference was here, and I sent her the link. So the outreach that it has is phenomenal, number one. Second part as well is that one of I think probably the most highest worker in the team is not actually a Muslim as well. And he's constantly doing this, I think, just gratis for the love of Imam Ali alayhi salam. And actually he was telling us earlier that the story that he resonates the most with is the story of Abu Fadl Abbas alayhi salam from Karbala. So it just shows you that the reach that this can have, in particular when you have such a wide array of expertise, can reach so many people in different ways, right? Which is massive. There are also rumors for the future, and you've mentioned this briefly, but we wanted to clarify now for the brothers and sisters. Just thinking about 2024, the plan for the conference, things might be changed up a little bit. There's a switch up on the way?
Yes, there is definitely a switch up on the way. We have big news. I'm going to cover more on that tomorrow in my keynote address. But before I kind of continue to speak on what we have, starting this Monday, I would like to say that the brothers, our community, especially the lovers of Amir al-Mu'mineen, are the most dedicated people, are the most generous people. We have not had a single project that has not become prosperous because of their generosity.
Inshallah.
Hypothetically, there's a flood in Pakistan and people are giving millions of dollars. You want to build a school, people are giving hundreds of thousands of dollars. You want to build a hospital, millions of dollars. Our community is very dedicated and generous, especially when it comes to the name of Amir al-Mu'mineen.
Absolutely.
But I also need them to understand that creating digital, a digital experience is just as expensive, if not more.
Sometimes more, right?
More expensive.
Yeah.
And we don't want to drag a fundraiser, and you know, this is a conference, but I, inshallah, hope that they'll be generous today as well. And
Yeah. I mean, before we come on to the future, there's actually the plan that you spoke to me about, Said, one that I found really beautiful. So the idea is, brothers and sisters, is that, you know, we always talk about the 313, right? We always say that Imam Mahdi's waiting for soldiers. There's 313. For the sisters in the audience, it's well documented as well. There's 50 who will join the army of Imam Mahdi, alayhi salam, Abdullah Fajr Sharif as well. And what we want is 313 partners of Imam Ali alayhi salam to help with this conference and the plans for the future. So we're going to tell you what that is, but essentially it's, you know, I was thinking about how this breaks down, and it's never easy to ask people to donate for anything, right? And I've had experience in it before, and it's not something that always comes across necessarily in the right way. But 313 people we would like to donate in the name of Imam Mahdi for the love of Imam Ali, $313, which is genuinely quite an insignificant amount. I mean, we had a Starbucks run earlier, right? And I think on average, I read a stat. Does anyone know on average how many cups of coffee an average American drinks in the audience or the workers?
If you talk about this team, they're probably drinking 8-9 cups a day.
Okay, so we said average, right? But on average, the average American, as an example, drinks 3 cups of coffee a day. Yeah. What, $5 a pop? Sounds about right. Yes. So in a week, that's nearly $100. So this is literally 3 weeks of coffee we're asking for, which is not a massive deal. And we always talk about active intidar and waiting for the imam and creating something that can spread to be able to create lovers of Imam Mahdi, which is exactly what this is. So we'll come on to that, inshallah, a little bit later with more details. Thinking about what's going to happen as we go. So I know there's a plan from now until next year, and then there's a plan for the conference next year. Do you want to talk us through that, Sayyid?
Yeah, I'll tell you what the plan for the next year conference. It's going to be in person, inshallah.
Amazing.
And we're going to be announcing the location and the city that will host the conference. I would say probably around Eid of Ramadan, inshallah.
Inshallah.
And we're very excited for that. But it's still going to be a virtual and an in-person experience.
Nice.
So you could still tune in from anywhere in the world, or you can choose to fly in with your family and join us for 2 days, inshallah.
That'll be amazing. I'm sure they'll be like catered for kids and...
We're definitely going to go far and beyond in making sure it's going to be the greatest experience.
Good. So I'm excited about that. I don't know if I'll be here next year. I'm hoping so. This is a good segue to get Sayyid Jawad to confirm that. And then there's also a plan from now until the end of...
Yeah, so the other plan is, inshallah, we're going to be transforming the Imam Ali Conference experience into an experience where you will be receiving a digital post, I would say, on social media, on Instagram, on YouTube, on daily basis.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And it's going to be something very different. You know, I know a lot of people are probably thinking it's going to be lecture after a nasheed. No, it's going to be something completely different. We're hoping that this will be revealed tomorrow, just before we close on the conference.
Amazing.
That the Imam Ali Network is going to be introduced to the public. And it's going to be something extremely different. That's where I'll leave it for now.
Lovely. Okay, good. So there's a bit of intrigue around that point. I also just want to touch, we hadn't spoken about this, but I want to touch, obviously we're in the glorious month of Rajab, which is one of the greatest months of the year. And no doubt, there's certain acts we can do. I think the current date is very close to the date of Mab'ath as well. So of course the beginning of the Prophet's message and the whole idea behind the Prophet's message is to teach as well. So, I can't articulate this anywhere near what you can say, so I'm going to maybe just ask you to do that for me. But there must be a link between joining the Prophet's message, which is spreading knowledge in the name of Imam Ali, and I know there's a relation between the Prophet being the city of knowledge, Imam Ali the gate, also, thinking about the relationship with Imam Mahdi Abdullah Fajr Sharif. Do you want to just touch on that for us briefly?
I mean, there's so much to be said, but I'll just say this to the lovers of Amir al-Mu'mineen. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam has said, "Dhikru aliyin ibadah." The remembrance of Ali is an act of worship, right? This is an opportunity. Last year we were struggling with finances, and I want to say this on camera for the record. We're struggling with finances. A brother and a lover of Amir al-Mu'mineen called me and he said, "Sayyid, whatever deficit there is, I'm going to cover it.
Wow.
Because this is an opportunity for me.
Wow.
So I believe that this is an opportunity. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the end of the day, has all the resources. And He's put that resources, all the resources, in the disposal of Muhammad and Ali Muhammad. So I am 100% confident that we're not going to suffer with finances. But I believe this is an opportunity for whoever is watching to be part of creating this act of worship, which is the remembrance of Ali ibn Abi Talib in this very unique way. Where, you know, this turns into podcasts, into separate videos, into segments, into reels, into so many things. And you know, today one video can have 5-6 million views,
and that can change so many. You know, you think about, as a Muslim, we have a role to give da'wah as well.
Absolutely.
But if you really think about it deeply, how many of us actually do that? We don't typically. So rather than you having to worry about doing that, you can invest in a platform that does that on your behalf, right?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, the 313 is again an opportunity to be one of the 313 that supported the cause of Amir al-Mu'mineen, and that could be an intercession for you to become one of the actual 313.
Absolutely.
You know, we're all awaiting. But I'll also say this, you know, I believe that people who are, you know, a person called me right before the conference and he said, Sayyid, I want you to make this a paid conference. It shouldn't be free.
Okay.
And I truly considered it. I spoke to my team, and they all opposed it for now. When we create this experience for free, it's not that, you know, people should assume that it doesn't cost anything.
Yeah.
But there are so many people across the world that really wouldn't be able to even send us funds. You know, they're sitting in Africa and Pakistan and India and different places where they probably wouldn't be able to send, or they may not be able to afford it. So here is, you know, 313 responsible people watching today and tomorrow that will say, I will take on myself, my father who passed away, my mother, my children, my uncle, and we're in the month of Rajab, and we are approaching the eve of the Mab'ath of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. The first word that he received, the first word of revelation that he received was Iqra. So, you know, we've been teaching all day. Tomorrow there's going to be a lot of inspirational and informative sessions. Again, all under the banner of Amir al-Mu'mineen. So I think this is the least of our responsibility to support this cause and to make sure that it continues and it thrives. And this doesn't mean that, you know, you stop supporting others. This is very important. I always say this.
Yeah.
And every fundraiser that I go, they say, well, I say, please don't do that. Support us and support others and support everybody else that comes your way. Just never say no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do whatever you can, even if it's a small amount, but never say no, because you're given an opportunity to serve the cause.
Do you know what it reminds me of, Sayyid? This is a really bad analogy, so I apologize in advance, but it reminds me of cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Because when people talk about crypto, they don't talk about investing everything in one coin.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone says, if you throw $300 in that one, $300 in that one, $300 in that one, $300 in that one, eventually one of them will come good.
Yeah.
Right? And I think it's a similar situation.
I'll tell you this, Haji. The audience that are watching right now, at least half of them have invested in cryptos. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
But look at cryptos right now and how it's suffering. But you putting your money, fi sabilillah, that'll never happen. It'll never crash.
So this is the next point, which is it's a loan that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Hadid, I think it is, which is man alladhi yaqridu Allah. Yeah, and that's so basically Allah is telling you, if you lend Allah a loan, He will multiply it. So it's like if I was to tell you you're going to invest $300 and it's going to be guaranteed, and Allah's return is
Allah is making the promise.
Allah's return is different to crypto returns.
You know, it's not Elon Musk, it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that's making that promise for you. You know, it's no Shiba or what was the other one?
Dogecoin.
Yeah, Dogecoin. This is Amir al-Mu'mineen. And look, in the end of the day, I don't want to make this long. It's been a long day. I want us all to kind of take a break, and we'll see everybody tomorrow. But I'll say this, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes promises in the Quran. If you believe in the Quran, this promise is real. And I'll also say this, I don't know how it's going to come out, but how it's going to come off, but look at Amir al-Mu'mineen. Now look at Imam al-Hussein. Today, Imam al-Hussein, from the beginning of Safar all the way to Arba'in, 20 days. There are, you know, somebody was saying he did the calculations and it came out to $2 billion of hospitality.
Wow.
$2 billion. The food, the Imam al-Hussein, 1400 years after his martyrdom, is able to become the center of the world for those 20 days.
And it's growing as well.
And it's growing, and offer $2 billion of hospitality from Muharram all the way until Arba'in. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't need our money. Amir al-Mu'mineen doesn't need our money. Imam al-Hussein doesn't need our money. It's our opportunity that is given to us, especially in the month of Rajab, to write our names.
God bless you, Sayyid. So brothers and sisters, the opportunity is there. It's 313 of you that can take advantage of it. It's $313. And inshallah, we're excited, Sayyid, about what's to come. Thank you so much for your time. I know you're going to be joining us tomorrow as well, inshallah. And yeah, inshallah, brothers and sisters, we have a short intro video now, and then finally a giveaway. And inshallah, we'll say not goodbye, but see you tomorrow very shortly. After this intro video, we'll go for the phone. Asta manana. Ahsan, Sayyidina. Thank you so much.
Habibi,
God bless you.
Hayakallah.
Brothers and sisters, welcome back. The Sayyid is no longer here. I'm on my lone sim once more. Somebody literally has just asked us at the Imam Ali Conference, how do I donate? So if you want to be one of the 313, you want to take that advantage. God bless the first person who does it, by the way, because that is a lofty position, inshallah, in the eyes of Amir al-Mu'mineen. There are different payment options. They're on the ticker below me. You've got Zelle or PayPal. All of the details are there. There's also a hotline number, so if you have any questions or you want any more details, let us know. Somebody also asked, do I get like tax return receipts, I think they're called. Is that what they're called, team? Yeah? Tax return receipts, which we can do for the US and Canada as well. So that's no problem at all. So you can claim back on that, inshallah. So details are below. Any questions you have, just let the team know. And inshallah, we fill up that 313 very, very soon. So last segment of today. We appreciate your patience with us. I know there's been some technical difficulties. Live programs do that sometimes. But we're at a giveaway. So there are 3 more giveaways to provide. The first one is giveaway number 4. So there were 6, remember, in total. Giveaway number 4 is a book, and it's a book called Monotheism, The Identity of God, and that is by the one and only Dr. Sayyid Mustafa Al-Qazwini. So a drum roll. This is now the most interesting Instagram name winner we've had so far. It's at Coca Puff 44. So it's Coca, C-O-C-A, Puff, P-U-F-F 44. And many thanks to our dear Dr. Sayyid Mustafa Al-Qazwini for sponsoring this giveaway. Giveaway number 5 is a winner of an engraved ring. So it's an aqiq ring, which is a Yemeni agate stone. It is sterling silver, and it is engraved, beautiful engraving. It's engraved in Arabic, but the engraving artist, I know the style, he lives in Mashhad in Iran. So very popular engravist, if that is even a word. And it says, Ya Ahl al-Alam, Qutil al-Husayn Atshana. So, O people of the world, Imam Hussein has been killed thirsty. It's a beautiful, beautiful ring. And we'd like to thank Al-Ali Gems for sponsoring this giveaway. The winner of this beautiful ring is at Abu Rafiz. So that is at A-B-U-R-A-F-I-Z. Congratulations. And giveaway 6 is 3 prizes in one. So it's for 3 separate people. It's a wooden hand-carved calligraphy. By the way, all the pictures of these prizes are on Instagram. So if you've won it or you wanted to see what you missed out on, you can do. And the names of the sponsored companies are there. So if you wanted to order one for yourself. So it's hand-carved, wooden calligraphy. It's semi-3D, which is a thing. 40 centimeters in diameter, in circle. And it's al-Mu'awwadat. So Surah Al-Nas, Surah Al-Falaq, and Surah Al-Ikhlas, Qul Huwallahu Ahad. Okay? So, for the first winner of the Surah Al-Nas lawha, what's lawha in English? Painting? No, it's not painting. Portrait? It's not a portrait. Anyone else? Anyone in the audience know what a lawha means? Tablet? No, it's not a tablet. A lawha is like a decorative piece. I got there in the end. Okay, so the first winner of Surah Al-Nas decorative piece is Art by Misriya. Congratulations, you're an artist. You've won a piece of art, which is very fitting. That is A-R-T, Art by B-Y. Misriya, M-I-S-R-Y-A. Congratulations. The second prize, which is Surat Al-Falaq, so that is the wooden carving, is at Neelam_Sayyidain. I'm not going to spell it because it's long, but you know who you are. We're going to send you an Insta message anyway. And number 3, which is Surat Al-Ikhlas, I've done it in the right order, I hope, is Layla Kalan 96. Layla, L-A-I-L-A, Layla Kalan 96. Congratulations to all of our winners. If you haven't won anything and you have tagged us today, remember, we need a picture of you. You can do this all of tomorrow as well, because at the end of tomorrow, there's going to be another giveaway. We've got another 6 or so prizes, smaller ones like this. You saw the rings and the nice little decorative pieces with the names of the Ashab al-Kisa, as well as the 2 grand giveaways, which are ziyarah related. So the first one is 50% off the ground package for a ziyarah with Sayyid Jawad to Ziyarat al-Arba'in. And the second one, also with Sayyid Jawad, is a trip, 50% off the ground package for Hajj. So if you have not been to Hajj before, remember that first of all, it's wajib to go. But if you have not been before, literally all you need to do, take a picture of the Imam Ali Conference, use the hashtag Imam Ali 2023, tag the Instagram page, and send that to the number that has been on your screens the whole day. And inshallah, you'll be in a chance of winning either a prize or the 50% off the ground package for that ziyarah trip. So, nothing much else to do apart from some thanks before we go. So number 1, I want to thank the Islamic Institute of America, NYC Muslim Youth Connection, and also NASIMCO for making this possible. Of course, also CyberX, who are powering the conference. All other collaborating organizations as well. And a special shout out to all of the panelists and the moderators, everyone that took part today. And of course, there are, as Sayyid Jawad mentioned, so many people behind the scenes, volunteers, especially the guys who are in the dedicated AV team. All of the volunteers here, from the guy that grabbed lunch, to the guy that's checking the YouTube sounds, to, of course, our non-Shia brother, non-Muslim brother, who is actually doing an amazing job behind the scenes, controlling a whole live event, which is global, which is not easy to do. And most importantly, a big thank you to you, the audience, for being patient with us, and also for keeping and bearing with me during this whole time. So thank you so much. This is not goodbye, as mentioned. This is, as Sayyid Jawad mentioned, hasta mañana, which means I think we'll see you tomorrow. So inshallah, we will do. Jazakumullah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ya Ali Madad.